Cut day in the NFL. Teams have to be down to their 53-man rosters by 4 o'clock this afternoon. The Bills have already made some releases, all expected, and a couple of the notables are at quarterback. Mike White has been released by the Bills, as has backup quarterback Shane Buechele. One of those two players expected to be re-signed to the practice squad, as you'll hear about many players that are released throughout the day. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on WGR. Jordan Phillips is signing with the Bills. He actually signed to the 90-man roster yesterday so that he could start working out with the team. He'll be released today and then re-signed later in the week. So some roster gymnastics with Jordan Phillips, but he will be on the Bills. Elsewhere around the NFL, Terry McLaurin signs 3 years, $96 million with the Washington Commanders, makes him one of the 10 highest paid receivers in the NFL. Amari Cooper to the Raiders, 1 year, $3.5 million. He can earn up to $6 million in Las Vegas. That coincides with a report from earlier in the day that Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. He's in the final year of a deal that pays him $11 million per year. Adam Schefter reports the Vikings and the Panthers have continued to discuss a trade involving Adam Thielen that would send him to Minnesota, who's been dealing with a bunch of injuries at the position. And the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have reportedly restarted contract negotiations. He's been holding out throughout all of training camp and the preseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And he returns as his season approaches. I think I'm referring to myself in the second person there. When you don't use your name, but you refer to yourself as he went somewhere, so that I went somewhere. It's almost fall, and it's like 55 outside. It's wonderful. Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, we're back.
Yeah, there's a certain spice in my drink this morning.
There's another sign.
You know, it's a sign.
You went pumpkin spice.
I did. It was available. Let's go. Let's jump right in.
I've got no problem. None.
No, Halloween decorations aren't up yet, but sure, there's some pumpkin spice in my coffee this morning.
We're going back to school shopping this week for the kids. It's not even back to school. It's go to school shopping. And we're probably late to do it.
On August 26th? I mean...
They start next week.
I mean, when did we start doing that? Like 3 months early? I don't remember as a kid doing it like 2 months in advance.
I feel like
remember
it's more than
weeks.
the week before. I'm kind of calling myself out here as
all right,
procrastinating a little bit. But yeah, it's turning to fall. Good times. Hold-ins are ending.
I know. No trades. I'm so annoyed with the league. This whole offseason, all these trade requests, none of them honored.
They got a new one, Terry McLaurin, Jacoby Myers now.
What are the odds he's going to get traded? 2%?
It's low. Like he'd be a 7th for a 6th, but the Raiders probably don't want to trade him because he's good.
A 7th for a 6th?
Yeah, like one of those late swaps.
You think he's? Because I think he's good.
I also think he's good, but this time of year, it's always tough to make a trade.
That's true.
All these trades that are happening are for 7ths and 6ths.
I mean, if that's their best offer, I'll give them a 4th. You want a 4th for Jacoby Myers? He's good.
He is good.
Somebody should want that. New England should want him back.
He is good. His cap hit wouldn't fit on the Bills, though, right? He's got like a decent cap hit. He was paid $15 million a year like 2 years ago. And
look at Jeremy's back for 8 seconds, and we're talking about trading for wide
receivers.
That's
right. You did it too.
Although I did that.
You brought it up.
I did.
And I remember him signing, 3-year, $33.
$14 million cap hit this year. All right, fine.
That's a number. That's a number. Yeah, we'll get to all that. We'll get to wide receivers, I'm sure. Anyway, good morning. We're back. Sal at 7. Got some fun planned along the way today. It's going to be, fall-ish. 54 degrees today. Yeah. High of 69. Really nice outside. Overcast, that kind of thing.
You didn't really miss anything major. Nothing that would qualify under big things happen while Jeremy's away. I don't believe.
No, the things I missed.
What'd you miss?
McDermott spoke about a couple things I think it was the day that I left when he said that the safety position, we're looking for something there.
Yeah, next to
T-Rap.
Taylor Rapp.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're still looking for who's going to play next to Taylor Rapp. That was right before I left.
Yep.
And then also...
You missed a one-handed grab by your guy.
I saw Tyrell Shavers make the catch. That's right. I saw that. I missed... in that same press conference, McDermott said they felt comfortable about receivers 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
And didn't know who 4 and 5 were.
Right.
Which... perhaps that drew a reaction from me. Well, I've got some things to mention on that.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Phillips happened while I was gone. This is actually this is something I wanted to start with, though, because I have, sometimes, Joe, you probably know how this works. Not being on the air for 3-4 days. I was off last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I was off yesterday, which I didn't know until Sunday night. I was texting you guys about coming in yesterday.
Yes.
You don't work. Oh.
You're like, hey, we should do this tomorrow.
Yeah, we're like, you're off, buddy.
What are you doing tomorrow?
That's right. So I had an extra day to think about it. But anyway, the Jordan Phillips thing I watched happen. I watched it play out where Jordan Phillips is coming back. Okay, all right. I guess that's the thing. Jordan Phillips is going to be signed to the 53-man. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Pause. Wait. Okay, now Jordan Phillips is going to be signed to the 53-man, no, the 90-man. Then he's going to be cut. Then he's going to be brought back, and he's going to be on the practice squad, and there's roster finagling and all that. Mm-hmm. But in between there was reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And my theory right now, or whatever, my working thing for this morning is, and if you want to give a call on this, 803-0550, my thing is that the reaction actually will tell us something. The reaction, there was 24 hours of Jordan Phillips is going to make the 53-man roster?
Yeah.
And in that 24 hours of reaction, whether it was my text club or Twitter or listening to the station or people just coming up and talking to me at a golf tournament saying, Jordan Phillips?
Jordan Phillips.
What are we doing there? The reaction that became pretty clear was it was a rare, if you will, a rare little Bean's got to get his act together moment. There aren't that many of those. He doesn't get nearly the same kind of spotlight or microscope that McDermott does. He really doesn't. It's, yeah, sure, we criticize some of the picks. You like this pick, you got this is good and this is bad. And this one, hey, I don't know what's happening with Cole Bishop or Kyer Elam. But when the Phillips news broke, and again, it was an overreaction because we didn't know all the details of how it was going to work at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that overreaction, almost like it set off like, bing, 10,000 people at once saying, this defensive line better get it together this year, or the GM is going to have to answer for it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the reaction on that was instantaneous, kind of revealing like, oh, that's all in there for Bills fans. They're kind of ready to pounce on that if the defensive line doesn't produce something this year.
Right. And Phillips, I mean, he could have been any other player that they were about to sign to the practice squad, and I don't think it really would have. Nobody would have cared.
I agree. It's going back to the well on a guy you knew again.
That's right. A fourth time.
Yeah, that's DeMar Hamlin is back. And okay, well, he's a reasonable starter. Dane Jackson is back. Cole Beasley's back. John Brown's like they love to bring their guys back, and there's definitely merits for why you would do that. But the last time they were going to bring back Jordan Phillips, and he got hurt again, and it's like, all right, we like this guy, but I don't know how much he's got left. Phillips last January said, "I'll only play here."
Right, or he'll retire, basically.
Which part of that is like, okay, that's a nice compliment to you. The other part of that for me is he doesn't really want any other option.
No.
So, okay, that's bottom of the barrel kind of stuff. I think there are, again, reasons to do it, and it's not a terrible idea on your practice squad. But the bigger point I want to make is just the reaction was from people I talked to, like I said, at a golf tournament and on Twitter. Swift sort of, what are they doing at defensive tackle? What are they doing on the line? How could they still be battling with adding someone from the outside, given the number of pieces that they already added in one offseason?
I think, too, that the fact that it is Phillips actually implies, like, oh, they think this guy might have to play. And that might be the biggest difference between him and whoever they would bring onto the practice squad that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
And that I think, is where criticism could come, especially at that position, because I think outside of their desperation to go get that franchise quarterback in their first year or two as, a regime here, since then, the position group they've been the most obsessed with getting to an elite level is that defensive line. And it's
never has
constantly the group that falls short in that final game of the season. Mm-hmm. So I do think that could be a lightning rod position if they don't perform this year. I mean, because this is their guys, right? Like they've got their first round pick in Rousseau, who is signed, and they've got Oliver, who is a top 10 pick, and they've got all these other draft picks behind them. I know they're rookies. Dwayne Carter is a third round pick. That's the draft compensation they trade down in the Xavier Worthy trade to get.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is their biggest free agent signing of the summer. Epinesa was their first draft pick of a draft. Like, there's so much put into it that if you're getting to a place where some point during the season, this isn't going well, Jordan Phillips, again, put him in there.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen. I remember when Beasley came back and there was a little bit of that. Like, how could you be at a place where Cole Beasley and John Brown have to come back and save the day off the couch when they're basically out of retirement because they're not NFL players anymore? And that I think is not where you want to end up on the defensive line. Do you want to believe this defensive line could be a top 10 unit in the league? And Jordan Phillips playing meaningful snaps, I don't think screams that that's a top 10 unit. I think that screams that something's gone wrong and you've got to plug in a guy that you just he knows how to do it.
Yep. We'll get the complete clarification breakdown from Sal. He's got why it works this way, where he would sign, be released, then because he doesn't have to clear waivers, so he's just on the practice squad, all that sort of it. Like Sal's got that. That's coming up at 7 o'clock.
He's also wearing a number that doesn't instill much
52?
confidence.
Yeah, that's troublesome. The other part, as you lay that all out, there's another piece of news today to make this point, and that's Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He got a raise, he got more money, and he got assurances he'll be a free agent, right? So you want to go after Trey Hendrickson next offseason? Is Bean already thinking about it? This year it was Bosa, and we'll see how Bosa plays, and if it works, I mean, they could bring Bosa back. But if it doesn't go well for Bosa, aren't they chasing defensive end again? And aren't they thinking, well, this is the Vaughn deal part 2, except he's younger. He'd be younger than Vaughn at the time. He's a premier pass rusher, and he's available, and they do not become available. When Bean was asked by, who wasn't Pat McAfee, who asked him last week if you could add any one player in the NFL, he said,
it was the
Busting with the Boys.
Busting with the Boys, yeah.
He's like, a guy who plays down LeBron's town, maybe got $40 million.
Yeah.
He's talking about Myles Garrett. He would have liked to have had Garrett, who didn't become available. Next offseason, Trey Hendrickson's going to be available. Mm-hmm. He's not going to re-sign with Cincinnati.
No chance.
No chance.
And he'll be 31.
Yeah.
So it's not like he'll be 34 or 35 like what Vaughn was even.
Yeah. So, I hope we're ready for that conversation because we talked this whole offseason about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And next offseason, Hendrickson will be out there to get a $140 million contract probably.
Well, because they're either going to re-sign Bosa or they're going to go get another guy. Mm-hmm. Like, they're not going to go... What would have to happen? Landon Jackson gets 12 sacks this year?
Right.
For them to not do that? Like, it's not realistic. Like, they're going to go after a guy. I mean, obviously, the dream scenario, I think, is that Parsons is available in a year, right?
Right.
That he's still in it with Dallas and hasn't signed, and they're talking about franchise tagging or trading, and then you call Jerry Jones and be like, we will give you whatever you want. Blank check. This is the player I've been searching for 8 years. What do you want? Anything but Josh. Take it.
Yeah. Is it wrong to look at their cap space for next year?
The Bills?
Yeah, they don't have a lot. They got to work. They got work to do.
With 12 days before the season?
Right, before next year's cap. Anyway, 803-0550 if you have a thought on that. Again, Jordan Phillips, he probably will play. I think he might play in the opener because it's Baltimore and they're going to need someone that knows what they do. I don't know if you want to throw Deion Walker and TJ Sanders out there in extended snaps now that they're going to get game planned against. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. Like if it is Jordan Phillips that gets some run early in the season or spot duty here and there, I don't think that's a terrible, terrible thing, but it does probably. It's only because of Ogunjobi's suspension, although Ogunjobi has not exactly been all that impressive in the preseason here. So, we're talking defensive line because the Bills focus on it a lot, and the Phillips news is just like, man, we're here again talking about whether or not they have enough up there.
He did have one moment last year in the Chiefs AFC Championship game. Did you see Joe Marino's tweeting out the videos? A play I had forgotten about, hadn't remembered maybe even that day. I wouldn't have remembered it. They did have one stop that they needed on Kansas City, and it was Phillips. The AFC Championship game, it's 1st and 10. 1st and goal at the 10 for Kansas City. It's a tie football game, and there's 4:28 to go. 1st and 10, Phillips gets the sack. The clip is actually super impressive. He basically lifts up the Chiefs guard and just throws him back into Patrick Mahomes and gets the sack, and then it's 2nd and goal at the 17, and it's basically, okay, they're playing for a field goal now.
Yeah.
So
that's big.
He did have a moment the last time we saw him on the field, but still not a guy that, you'd like to think Deion Walker and TJ Sanders won't allow Jordan Phillips to get into the rotation because they're going to be producing.
803-0550. If you want to give us a ring on this, where we're starting today, Sean in Toronto is with us. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was just thinking about this Phillips signing, and I think there's a little bit more to it. I'm thinking since we're kind of hurting at safety and the New England safety became available, we may be looking at trading Ed Oliver to New England for their safety. I think his last name's Duggar. Yeah. So I think maybe there's a little bit more to it.
Kyle Duggar. So Kyle Duggar, if the Bills are trading for Kyle Duggar, the Patriots better be eating $15 million of his cap hit. He's got a $15 million cap hit. This is a second-round safety, high draft pick that has not really worked out. It has not worked out for Kyle Duggar in New England. It's a 29-year-old safety, and
you're trying to trade. I'm not a big Ed Oliver fan at all, but I'm not for Duggar.
That's trading a good player for a project.
Yeah, we talked to Evan Lazar yesterday about what's going on with him, and he had ankle surgery, I guess, in the offseason and hasn't looked right since coming off of that, and that he didn't have a good season last year, and I guess he's more a Belichick type safety that likes to play down in the box, and Vrabel doesn't, they're looking for a different, over-the-top guy.
Okay.
Which, by the way, how does that sound? Guy that's better off playing closer to the line of scrimmage. Kind of sounds like Cole Bishop.
It does, right.
In ways. So a guy like that just had ankle surgery and didn't have a good year, I mean, if you want to figure out a way to get him for a 6th-round pick, if they're willing to take salary, but I'm not trading that Oliver for him.
803-0550. Thanks, Sean. Could it mean that somebody else is being traded? Dwayne Carter? I mean, Carter is one of a few players on this roster that, if he does make the team, won't, I say most, I'm not sure 2,000 Bills fans total have an opinion on Dwayne Carter making the team. But you know the idea. Isn't it because of draft status alone?
Sure. I mean, he would be the first. He would be the quickest they've given up on a day 2 pick in a decade.
Yeah.
At least during this GM. They gave up on Boogie Basham after 2 years. That's the quickest.
And Basham never flashed.
No, nothing.
There was very, very little. And if you look back on Basham, did they hold on too long? I wonder if with Boogie Basham and now here with my mind went blank. It's
Dwayne Carter.
Thank you, Dwayne Carter. Would they say, you know what, we waited too long on Basham? We can just move on. We've got more reinforcements to that position. Today's roster cutdown day, by the way, we haven't mentioned that yet. So 4:00 today, the first 53-man roster, sometimes called the final 53, which then changes again and again and again.
But cutting him outright, though, just feels like that would be...
Carter could be moved for a 6th. And...
Right, some other GM liked him in the pre-draft process and is like, we'll take a flyer on him.
Right.
I don't know.
Carter would, of course, on the narrative side of things, make the Worthy trade with the Chiefs only about Coleman and Worthy. It, for a while, was like, well, they really wanted a 3rd-round pick. They spent that on Dwayne Carter if he doesn't even make the team out of year 2, which I don't know. I hear a lot of maybe he won't. And could he get claimed? I don't know. Could he get traded? I guess that's possible as well. But it's definitely not gone well for him. At the start of his career last year, there were positive signs, and then he was just basically a non-factor the rest of the way. And here we are.
Right. There was a moment in the Texans game, and that was like the last we heard from him.
Yeah, it's week 4 last year, 4 or 5.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't even in the lineup, really.
Yep. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Of course, the Bills had their preseason finale against the Bucs. Got some things to get out of that. I suppose I would warn against that. I'd be very, very slow to accept any sort of, hey, Cole Bishop really popped in this game. I mean, you have all backups playing. Everywhere there are backups. You have, if McDermott, as he said, scouts and game plans between a 0 and a 1 for the first preseason game, what do these coaches do for the final preseason game?
It's a negative.
Between a 0 and a 0.001?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You got running backs that show up that day and lead the team in rushing.
Yeah.
So the third and final preseason game is something I'm going to be really careful about here. So nice to see Bishop make a couple of tackles, but I don't think that they should necessarily gain any confidence out of that idea that he played and he made tackles. Doesn't mean much to me. Deion Walker, I think the arrow is up on him, but same kind of thing. As soon as a team scouts the Bills and says, all right, well, when he's on the field, here's what he doesn't do well. That's the game. That's football. You get out there and show you can do something, and they force you to do things you can't do. So we'll see. Everybody I talked to while I was gone for 4 or 5 days was, hey, how are they going to be? Oh, they're going to be great. But I'm wondering about this defense, if they're going to pull it together. And right now,
especially for week 1.
For week 1.
Who's playing corner week 1 against the Ravens?
Who's playing corner? How's it going to look with a corner issue and a safety issue?
That's one thing to watch today is, we talked about this with Sal yesterday, that Dane Jackson could get cut today, or he could start week 1 against the Ravens.
Based on how Tre'Davious White is.
Right.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you're on hold, stick with us. Jeremy and Joe, good Tuesday morning, August 26th. And it's roster cut-down day, so maybe some more trades around the NFL. Maybe we get some stuff on the Bills. I found my first Tyrell Shavers tweet. Very happy to have found about that. To find out how long I've been on the Shavers train. We'll see if he makes this roster. If he doesn't, I don't know how mad we're allowed to be, but...
Well, what happens after that? Is he just go to the practice squad? Or can't keep him a secret anymore because of the one-handed catch and someone else? What if he goes to Kansas City? That'll freak people out, right?
I mean, they aren't exactly bereft at wide receiver, right? They've got.
What if he goes to New England or the we don't care about the Dolphins anymore, right?
They lost Isaiah Hodgins.
They did.
Remember him? He went to the Giants.
Yep.
He played more games than Shavers did for the Bills, though, when he was on the practice squad and ultimately left.
Did he? You remember him playing games for the Bills?
I think maybe I'm wrong. I thought I did.
He's played... How many games did he play for the Bills? He played 3 games for the Bills.
3 times as many as Shavers. Well, I shouldn't say that.
No, because Shavers had
But Shavers only had 1 catch.
He had 1 catch. I mean, I remember him being open in the Houston game when Josh chucked it down the field to Hollins. 3-3. There you go. He's played the exact same amount of games.
Hodgins, in his Bills career, had 4 catches.
For how many yards?
41.
Not as much.
Not as much as Shavers.
Not as much as Shavers.
803-0550. We'll see if it is Shavers Day, if there's a trade coming, Elijah Moore, if he makes the team. We've got, lots to get to. Sal at 7 o'clock on the Jordan Phillips signing, what that all means. We'll talk about it with you. And what do you make of that observation of mine? Agree or disagree? That the defensive line is where people really start to look in on Bean and his investments and whether or not they are returning as much as they should be. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. Never misses. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He got a raise, he got more money, and he got assurances he'll be a free agent. Right? So you want to go after Trey Hendrickson next offseason? Is Bean already thinking about it? This year it was Bosa, and we'll see how Bosa plays, and if it works, I mean, they could bring Bosa back. But if it doesn't go well for Bosa, aren't they chasing defensive end again? And aren't they thinking, well, this is the Vaughn deal part 2, except he's younger. He'd be younger than Vaughn at the time. He's a premier pass rusher, and he's available, and they do not become available. When Bean was asked by, it wasn't Pat McAfee, who asked him last week if you could add any one player in the NFL, he said,
it was the
busting with the boys.
Busting with the boys,
yeah. He's like, a guy who plays down LeBron's town, maybe got $40 million.
Yeah.
He's talking about Myles Garrett. He would have liked to have had Garrett, who didn't become available. Next offseason, Trey Hendrickson's going to be available. Mm-hmm. He's not going to re-sign with Cincinnati.
No chance.
No chance.
And he'll be 31.
Yeah.
So it's not like he'll be 34 or 35 like what Vaughn was even.
Yeah. So, I hope we're ready for that conversation because we talked this whole offseason about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And next offseason, Hendrickson will be out there to get a $140 million contract probably.
Well, because they're either going to re-sign Bosa or they're going to go get another guy. Mm-hmm. Like, they're not going to go... What would have to happen? Landon Jackson gets 12 sacks this year?
Right.
For them to not do that? Like, it's not realistic. Like, they're going to go after a guy. I mean, obviously, the dream scenario, I think, is that Parsons is available in a year, right?
Right.
That he's still in it with Dallas and hasn't signed, and they're talking about franchise tagging or trading, and then you call Jerry Jones and be like, we will give you whatever you want. Blank check. This is the player I've been searching for 8 years. What do you want? Anything but Josh. Take it.
Yeah. Is it wrong to look at their cap space for next year?
The Bills?
Yeah, they don't have a lot. They got to work. They got work to do.
With 12 days before the season?
Right, before next year's cap. Anyway. I think there are, again, reasons to do it, and it's not a terrible idea on your practice squad. But the bigger point I want to make is just the reaction was from people I talked to, like I said, at a golf tournament and on Twitter. Swift sort of, what are they doing at defensive tackle? What are they doing on the line? How could they still be battling with adding someone from the outside, given the number of pieces that they already added in one offseason?
I think, too, that the fact that it is Phillips actually implies, like, oh, they think this guy might have to play. And that might be the biggest difference between him and whoever they would bring onto the practice squad that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
And that I think, is where criticism could come, especially at that position, because I think outside of their desperation to go get that franchise quarterback in their first year or two as, a regime here, since then, the position group they've been the most obsessed with getting to an elite level is that defensive line. And it's
never has
constantly the group that falls short in that final game of the season. Mm-hmm. So I do think that could be a lightning rod position if they don't perform this year. I mean, because this is their guys, right? Like they've got their first round pick in Rousseau, who is signed, and they've got Oliver, who was a top 10 pick, and they've got all these other draft picks behind them. I know they're rookies. Dwayne Carter is a third round pick. That's the draft compensation they trade down in the Xavier Worthy trade to get.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is their biggest free agent signing of the summer. Epinesa was their first draft pick of a draft. Like, there's so much put into it that if you're getting to a place where some point during the season, this isn't going well, Jordan Phillips, again, put him in there.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen. I remember when Beasley came back and there was a little bit of that. Like, how could you be at a place where Cole Beasley and John Brown have to come back and save the day off the couch when they're basically out of retirement because they're not NFL players anymore? And that I think is not where you want to end up on the defensive line. It's cut down day in the NFL. Bills already making a couple of those known, and there were a couple reported at quarterback. Mike White and Shane Buechele, both released by the Bills, one of which will likely come back to the practice squad, at least one of which. You can get all the details on our website, WGR550.com. Jordan Phillips is going to sign with the Bills practice squad. He was signed to the 90-man roster so that he can start working out. He'll be released today, and then he'll be re-signed to the practice squad later in the week. Elsewhere around the NFL, a couple of hold-in situations that came to an end. Terry McLaurin signs a 3-year deal, $96 million. Trey Hendrickson signs a 1-year, $14 million raise with the Bengals, so he'll be a free agent after the season. Amari Cooper goes to the Raiders, 1 year, $3.5 million, worth up to $6 million. Jacoby Myers, Raiders receiver, requested a trade on the same day in the final year of his deal, making $11 million. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, for me, it's about common sense prevailing, about understanding what Terry McLaurin means to this team, not only with his production and what we see on the field, but what he means to this team in the locker room, how he helped a young Jaden Daniels become the offensive rookie of the year. And the one thing you don't want is to have this team set back by not signing one of their best football players, but also one of their best people. And if you're the Washington Commanders, you're trying to figure out how to make back-to-back playoffs.
Ryan Clark on Terry McLaurin. Let's remember this as the year that the hold-ins worked. They all got their deals. Cook got a deal. Yeah. McLaurin got a deal. Even Hendrickson got a raise for this year. More money this year. Didn't get all the guarantees he wanted, but he's going to be a free agent, so he's got more money to play on this year. That's Ryan Clark on Terry McLaurin. I did see the last 8 receivers to sign post-age 30. Okay. It is not a long line of success stories. Tyreek Hill, Diggs. McLaurin is 29. He turns 30 in 2 weeks. So the contract is not like a post-30 contract, but it might as well be. There aren't that many that have been good post-30 on contracts. Devontae Adams is one that has been. Yeah. So we'll see about that. We'll see about the Commanders and McLaurin. I think he's a great player, and, you know, good for them.
And he survived how many quarterbacks and multiple owners and GMs and coaches, and he's been there for 6 years now. This will be his 7th season with the team. Not quite a Hall of Famer, though, right? He's not a Hall of Famer, is he?
No.
He's at 1,000 yards every year of his career, except for year 1 where he had 919.
He would need 2 to 3 more and some playoff success, I would guess.
Okay.
2 to 3 to 4 more. I mean, 1,000 yards every year is like Mike Evans' career. So it's pretty good.
He's 80 yards away from being the same thing. Like not the same thing because Evans has done it 10 years in a row, but McLaurin was 80 yards from having 6 years to start with all having 1,000 yards. Somebody tweeted at us very quickly because you called it Tyrell Shavers Day. Like all this attention. He went to Alabama. He was recruited to Alabama. And someone asked, like, how come he didn't do anything at Alabama? Listen to the wide receiver room.
Oh, boy, let me guess.
That Tyrell Shavers was a part of at Alabama.
Jerry Jeudy.
Yep.
Jamison Williams.
Nope.
No, he's too old for that?
Earlier than that.
Okay, Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy is correct.
Boy. I mean, he's not going all the way back to Julio Jones, obviously.
No, not that.
But who's the guy that caught the ball around the guy? Him.
Caught the ball around the guy.
He caught a ball around the back of a guy. Go ahead. Give me who they were.
Henry Ruggs.
Pro throw. It might have been the guy that did that.
No, I don't have that either.
Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith, and Jerry Jeudy.
It's pretty good.
We're the 4 wide receivers ahead of him at Alabama. Not great chances to get in there. You got 4 first-round picks all ahead of you.
That's pretty tough.
At Alabama.
It was Tyrone Prothro who made the catch. I'm thinking of if you want to go ahead and Google that.
Tyrone
Prothro.
What year is this?
What year's the catch?
Yeah,
you've seen the occasional.
Like how many years off were you?
I'm just saying, you've seen the occasional catch where you catch it around the back of the defender.
Sure.
He had the best one of those of all time.
Yeah, this catch was in 2005.
2005, all right. 20 years ago. I got to catch
20 years ago.
Yeah, it's August 26th. I got to catch from 20 years ago in my head. That's all.
Close.
It is the best catch you've ever seen like that, though.
Right.
My first Shavers tweet, to your point, I went back to find it, like the advanced Twitter search, like, all right, when did I start talking about Shavers? Mm-hmm. And the answer was the 2023 preseason, because someone wrote to me about whatever, and I said, don't you dare try to talk me off of Tyrell Shavers. That was August 12th of 2023. The Bills played the Colts that day to open the preseason, and Shavers had a touchdown in that game. So he's been grinding since his first preseason appearance with the Bills, where he catches a touchdown from, I believe, Matt Barkley. The rest of the receivers in that game are hilarious, just like a preseason depth chart of amazingness. You know, Marcel Aitman gets a catch in that game for the Bills.
Marcel Aitman.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is an aside on Tyrell Shavers. Here are your leading receivers in that Bills-Colts game where Matt Barkley and Kyle Allen played. Eddie Isabella, Keyshawn Johnson, Marcel Aitman, Tyrell Shavers, Desmond Patton, Jordan Mims. Yikes. Shakir, Latavius Murray, Jace Sternberger, a guy named Joel Wilson played and caught a catch. There you go. But Shavers had a touchdown.
Okay.
2 for 38 and a touchdown. So I've been on the Shavers train to a small degree since August of 2023. We'll see if he makes the team.
As the leader of the team Shavers here, what is the most you could see him doing this year? The absolute most.
Jay Kumaro.
Which is a couple catches, and you're playing on special teams, you're inactive sometimes.
And when called upon, he maybe gets the job done. Did Mac Hollins make everybody forget about Jay Kumaro? I mean, Jay Kumaro's career high in catches with the Bills was 4.
4, right.
4.
Right. Hollins had 31.
Yes, that's right.
Somewhere between 4 and 31 maybe is likely.
Yeah.
If he's on the team.
Kumaro had 7 targets in his final season here.
Right.
You know,
he had 1 touchdown in 3 seasons.
Yes. It was a heck of a touchdown. It was Josh Allen's one of his favorite throws.
Yeah.
That story from Denver. Mm-hmm. So anyway, what could Shavers do? Something like that. He gives them something on the outside. Elijah Moore, on the other hand, might give them somewhat of a redundancy. Mm-hmm. It really is between those two, is it not? Has to be between those two.
I wonder. I mean, I feel like all 6 are going to make it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Shaver, that seems to kind of be the sound of it. If somebody does get cut, maybe it would be more. I mean, he played in the preseason game against Tampa, and he did, I think, into the second quarter. So I don't know if that's a great sign for him. They threw him a couple screen passes. He looked good on one of them, so I don't know. I mean, there's guaranteed money there, right? Like, you don't save anything by cutting him. So I think 6 is very possible for them to keep at the position. They've done it before.
803-0550. Adam in Aruba. What's up, Adam?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Morning.
So I was thinking, are we the only team in the NFL that brings in guys pretty much that are almost out of retirement to come back? Like, we had Phillips, we had Klein, we had Beasley, we had Brown. I think it's embarrassing, honestly. Like, I don't understand why we can't give rookies a little bit more trust than, like, the washed-up players. Like, should we call Terrence McGee to see if he's going to play CB2? Or, like, should we see who, like, what Takeo Spikes is doing this year? Like, I get it. Like, we did, on defense I'm talking about. We did give Benford some trust his first year and a little bit for Bernard, but I can't think of anyone else on defense. And Jeremy, honestly, I love when you held Bean accountable and he got angry like months ago because he acts like he knows everything and he's absolutely great at his job, but I think he's just an average GM. I'm going to go because I'm roaming right now. All right, I'll listen. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam. Roaming from Aruba.
Fired up.
Did he call? We have a toll-free line still, right? 888. I mean, yeah. Hopefully it's toll-free, Adam.
I mean, do other teams do it? To this extent, I'm not sure about to this extent.
Bring back their old players?
Just very quickly, I looked at the Chiefs depth chart. Like, Kansas City, I've got 3 examples.
Mecole Hardman again and again and again?
I don't have him back there now, but you give it time. He'll be back there in no time. Like, Juju left and came back.
Yeah.
Right? On a cheap deal. It didn't work in New England. He comes back for nothing in Kansas City. Kareem Hunt is still on Kansas City. The same thing. They got injuries. They brought back a guy they knew. I'm just looking at Mike Edwards is back there at safety. So that's 3 guys that they've kind of done that with. again, like, I don't have a chart in front of me to tell you that the Bills have done it less than anybody else, but sure, I'm sure a lot of teams do it to some extent, especially the teams that have had coaches for a long time.
Right.
I think if you have who's a first year coach? Like, Kellen Moore doesn't have that right now in New Orleans, right? Because what's he doing? He might be pulling depth guys from Philadelphia, guys that he knew there. That's what the Bills did from the early days when McDermott first got here. What'd they do? They brought in the guys they knew for depth roles. Where they come from? Carolina. How come guys don't come from Carolina anymore? Because those guys are now former Bills. So, I don't think it's that unique, but I also feel like it's enough guys where I would be surprised if the Bills don't do it as much as almost anybody. They do it a lot.
They do. I think with the Phillips thing, again, we started off the show talking about this because I do believe that there is a window into how Bills fans are feeling about the defense with this news about Jordan Phillips. Again, Sal has kind of clarified he is going to be signed and then waived and then, well, whatever, not subject to waivers. He'll be signed and then released and he'll be in the practice squad.
Yeah.
It is because if this were the secondary, this were a corner that they had brought back. He joked Terrence McGee. I don't know. Levi Wallace is the answer here.
Well, they've already dane Jackson, right?
Dane Jackson is already here.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is the defensive line has been the position that they poured a lot into. They had before this year, and they poured a lot into this year with extensions or rookie contracts. Free agents. Bosa, Ogunjobi, Hoyt. That's 3 free agent moves on the defensive line for the most part. 2 premium draft picks, 3 premium draft picks, a second, third, and a fourth. That is 6 pieces. Like, you had 6 pieces to your defensive line, and right before the season, you're talking about Jordan Phillips is coming back.
Right.
People panicked. How could you possibly want a guy that doesn't have any other options to be on your 53? How bad is it up there? Now, again, he's not going to be on the 53, but the panic or the reaction was swift. And the other thing I didn't talk about too much because we only got immediate reaction was the idea that Gabe Davis was going to come for a visit.
Yeah.
And he did.
He did.
Gabe Davis came in for a visit.
Hasn't signed anywhere.
He's another one where, was he on the practice squad? Because is he going to be on the practice squad?
He's not going to do that.
No, I don't think so either.
He's
and if he makes the team ahead of Shavers, you might like that. I'm not here to tell you that Davis is not better than Shavers. I don't really know. Every time Davis has a season where he underwhelms, people say he has an ankle injury. It happens every single year that he picks up an injury that's said to be why he's not as good as he could be. And I don't know if I want to go through that again.
Yeah.
He's maybe not physically ready. Maybe he's close. The Davis thing is not a horrible idea, but it's kind of like the Jordan Phillips thing, where it's what it represents. You have these off seasons, and you keep going back to the well on these guys that they left for a reason.
Yeah, the difference with Davis would be I think if he signs, he's definitely playing. And that's because of where they are in their careers. Jordan Phillips admitted to it, this is it. I'm either coming back to the Bills or I'm done. So he's out of options. That's not Micah Hyde coming to the practice squad at the end of his career or Beasley or Brown coming at the end of their careers. Gabe Davis is 26. He's the same age as Shavers. So he's not signing up to do that role. He's still thinking, if I'm Gabe Davis, I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I still got a career. I'm trying to play 5 more years in the league, 6 more years in the league. And
that's tough.
When I go to the Bills practice squad, I want to be 35, 36 years old at the end of it. And I'm right now trying to find a role, trying to find a roster spot, a place where I could actually be on the field. And I think the Bills, especially if Shavers did anything for himself in that preseason game and in camp along the way, and you've already got yourself to 6 guys if you feel it could make the roster, I don't see how Davis fits in. I think your original theory about they're almost maybe doing him a favor, helping him get another team to be interested, and then on top of that, hey, well, now we know what your medical situation is in case we need you later in the year. That's more what I think happened. I can't imagine him signing in the next couple of days the way Phillips did.
803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, stay tuned if you like the content about are they going to bring back Terrence McGee. We are later in the show going to draft a quick little 2-round snake draft. Former Bills who will return.
Oh. Is McGee going to return? See, I don't want. He said as cornerback too. I want him to return as the kick returner. Then I'm in.
How many years ago did he retire?
Terrence McGee?
Yeah.
20.
6, 8, 12?
No, it was more than 6.
Yeah.
2012.
All right.
So 13 years ago.
We will draft Bills.
He could do it today.
No longer here, likely to return.
He could return 25-yard return today, I bet. At 44 years old. He could do it.
I've got a few players on my board. Bets who's coming back eventually. I mean, is Gabe the number 1 pick in this draft? He might have to be the number 1 pick. He visited.
What about Poyer? Poyer said a month ago that he'd like to finish his career with the Bills.
Ooh.
And they need safeties.
Can they resist? 803-0550, our phone number, Jeremy and Joe. Sal at 7, that former Bill to become a Bill again draft, maybe in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get to it here on WGR. I think there are, again, reasons to do it, and it's not a terrible idea on your practice squad. But the bigger point I want to make is just the reaction was from people I talked to, like I said, at a golf tournament and on Twitter. Swift sort of, what are they doing at defensive tackle? What are they doing on the line? How could they still be battling with adding someone from the outside, given the number of pieces that they already added in one offseason?
I think, too, that the fact that it is Phillips actually implies, like, oh, they think this guy might have to play. And that might be the biggest difference between him and whoever they would bring onto the practice squad that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
And that I think, is where criticism could come, especially at that position, because I think outside of their desperation to go get that franchise quarterback in their first year or two as, a regime here, since then, the position group they've been the most obsessed with getting to an elite level is that defensive line. And it's
never has
constantly the group that falls short in that final game of the season. Mm-hmm. So I do think that could be a lightning rod position if they don't perform this year. I mean, because this is their guys, right? Like they've got their first round pick in Rousseau, who is signed, and they've got Oliver, who was a top 10 pick, and they've got all these other draft picks behind them. I know they're rookies. Dwayne Carter is a third round pick. That's the draft compensation they trade down in the Xavier Worthy trade to get.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is their biggest free agent signing of the summer. Epinesa was their first draft pick of a draft. Like, there's so much put into it that if you're getting to a place where some point during the season, this isn't going well, Jordan Phillips, again, put him in there.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen. I remember when Beasley came back and there was a little bit of that. Like, how could you be at a place where Cole Beasley and John Brown have to come back and save the day off the couch when they're basically out of retirement because they're not NFL players anymore? And that I think is not where you want to end up on the defensive line.
Of course, the Bills had their preseason finale against the Bucs. Got some things to get out of that. I suppose I would warn against that. I'd be very, very slow to accept any sort of, hey, Cole Bishop really popped in this game. I mean, you have all backups playing. Everywhere there are backups. You have, if McDermott, as he said, scouts and game plans between a 0 and a 1 for the first preseason game, what do these coaches do for the final preseason game?
It's a negative.
Between a 0 and a 0.001?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You got running backs that show up that day and lead the team in rushing.
Yeah.
So the third and final preseason game is something I'm going to be really careful about here. So nice to see Bishop make a couple of tackles, but I don't think that they should necessarily gain any confidence out of that idea that he played and he made tackles. Doesn't mean much to me. Deion Walker, I think the arrow is up on him, but same kind of thing. As soon as a team scouts the Bills and says, all right, well, when he's on the field, here's what he doesn't do well. That's the game. That's football. You get out there and show you can do something, and they force you to do things you can't do. So we'll see. Everybody I talked to while I was gone for 4 or 5 days was, hey, how are they going to be? Oh, they're going to be great. But I'm wondering about this defense if they're going to pull it together.
Another 3-2. Fly ball driven. Way back there. Left field. Take cover. Number 50. Midway up the second deck. History marches on. For the first time ever, a catcher has hit 50 home runs in a season. It has never been done until right now. Until Cal Raleigh.
The big dumper. 50th home run. He also becomes the only switch hitter with 50 homers in a season other than Mickey Mantle. It's the big dumper and Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle was a switch hitter?
Yeah. Only switch hitters with 50 homers in a season. 8th players in Major League history to reach 50 in August.
He hit home runs both sides, right?
You're saying like it doesn't count if you hit all 50 on one side, only get like bloop singles on the other side?
You don't get to be the great like switch hitter hitting 50 home runs unless you've hit a home run with both.
Yeah.
There's an ambidextrous high school quarterback I saw that's getting high school recruiting.
What's the advantage?
What's the advantage? If he rolls to the left, he can throw with his left hand.
I guess.
You don't know which arm angle he's going to come from. I think it's an advantage. I think that would be an advantage. The switch thrower. I think mostly rolling out of the pocket would be the biggest difference, right?
Boy, first Travis Hunter, now we got this guy.
You're never throwing across your body. Like if you're rolling left, you're throwing left. You're rolling right, you're throwing right. So I think that would be interesting. I hope he makes the league just to see what it looks like.
Speaking of heroes, Sal Kapacio joins us on the other side. He was at a golf tournament yesterday, the Coaches versus Cancer Classic, I believe he tweeted out about. We'll get the latest on Jordan Phillips, on news ahead of cuts, Bills roster cuts to come today down to the first 53/final 53, however you want it. Sal joins us on the other side. We'll get to the breakdown on exactly how this Jordan Phillips thing's going to work and all that on the defensive line. Any questions you have for Sal? Wide open phone lines. Give us a ring. 803-0550 here on WGR. Of course, the Bills had their preseason finale against the Bucs. Got some things to get out of that. I suppose I would warn against that. I'd be very, very slow to accept any sort of, hey, Cole Bishop really popped in this game. I mean, you have all backups playing. Everywhere there are backups. You have, if McDermott, as he said, scouts and game plans between a 0 and a 1 for the first preseason game, what do these coaches do for the final preseason game?
It's a negative.
Between a 0 and a 0.001?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You got running backs that show up that day and lead the team in rushing.
Yeah.
So the third and final preseason game is something I'm going to be really careful about here. So nice to see Bishop make a couple of tackles, but I don't think that they should necessarily gain any confidence out of that idea that he played and he made tackles. Doesn't mean much to me. Deion Walker, I think the arrow is up on him, but same kind of thing. As soon as a team scouts the Bills and says, all right, well, when he's on the field, here's what he doesn't do well. That's the game. That's football. You get out there and show you can do something, and they force you to do things you can't do. So we'll see. Everybody I talked to while I was gone for 4 or 5 days was, hey, how are they going to be? Oh, they're going to be great. But I'm wondering about this defense, if they're going to pull it together. I think there are, again, reasons to do it, and it's not a terrible idea on your practice squad. But the bigger point I want to make is just the reaction was from people I talked to, like I said, at a golf tournament and on Twitter. Swift sort of, what are they doing at defensive tackle? What are they doing on the line? How could they still be battling with adding someone from the outside, given the number of pieces that they already added in one offseason?
I think, too, that the fact that it is Phillips actually implies, like, oh, they think this guy might have to play. And that might be the biggest difference between him and whoever they would bring onto the practice squad that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
And that I think, is where criticism could come, especially at that position, because I think outside of their desperation to go get that franchise quarterback in their first year or two as, a regime here, since then, the position group they've been the most obsessed with getting to an elite level is that defensive line. And
it never has been.
Constantly the group that falls short in that final game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that could be a lightning rod position if they don't perform this year. I mean, because this is their guys, right? Like they've got their first round pick in Rousseau, who is signed, and they've got Oliver, who is a top 10 pick, and they've got all these other draft picks behind them. I know they're rookies. Dwayne Carter is a third round pick. That's the draft compensation they trade down in the Xavier Worthy trade to get.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is their biggest free agent signing of the summer. Epinesa was their first draft pick of a draft. Like, there's so much put into it that if you're getting to a place where some point during the season, this isn't going well, Jordan Phillips, again, put him in there.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen. I remember when Beasley came back and there was a little bit of that. Like, how could you be at a place where Cole Beasley and John Brown have to come back and save the day off the couch when they're basically out of retirement because they're not NFL players anymore? And that I think is not where you want to end up on the defensive line. Cutdown day in the NFL. The Bills have to be down to 53 men by 4 o'clock today, as does every team in the NFL. We are getting some releases reported, including at quarterback, Mike White and Shane Buechele, one of which at least would be expected to be re-signed to the practice squad, but we'll see. Both are a part of the roster cutdowns today. Jordan Phillips is coming back to the Bills, was signed to the 90-man roster so that he could work out with the team. He's going to be released and then re-signed later in the week to the practice squad. We'll talk more about that with Sal coming up next. Stay locked to WGR all day for news on cutdown day. You get all of it at WGR550.com. Around the NFL, Terry McLaurin signs his 3-year deal, $96 million with the Commanders. He had been holding in, as had Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. He signs a 1-year, $14 million raise, so he'll be a free agent after the year. Elsewhere around the league, Amari Cooper to the Raiders, where he began his career, 1 year, $3.5 million, worth up to $6 million. Jacoby Myers requested a trade in Las Vegas yesterday. He's in the final year of his deal, making $11 million. Couple of trades as teams are working to get under the roster limit. Kenny Pickett traded from the Browns to the Raiders for a 5th-round pick. The Raiders lost Aiden O'Connell, their backup quarterback, to a fractured wrist during the preseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mr. Sal Kapacio joining us here as we get ready for roster cuts. The Bills, of course, like every team in the NFL, are going to get down to 53 for the first time. And then we'll see where things go from there. And Sal joins us on the Wester Hotline. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm calling it Tyrell Shavers Day, but I'm putting an asterisk on that as pending, Of all the players, will he, won't he make the roster? I don't know if there's another player that fans might be a little bit more invested in or having more of an opinion on. We'll see how it shakes out. And if he does or doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks anything. But, people are invested and they watch the preseason. And I feel like a story for a guy that's been here for a couple of preseasons, doing everything they ask. Whatever. He might be the guy that people are most invested in is all.
I don't disagree. I think Tyrell Shavers is number one on that list. As far as people and fans thinking, he deserves a spot, he should make it. They're invested in him, as you said, from that aspect. I think, and I have him. I did post a projected 53-man roster, which I was just looking over a little while ago this morning, which I did this a couple days ago. The Bills had some releases. Then we had the Jordan Phillips stuff happen. I still haven't moved off of where I am on the 53-man roster, though. I think it would be the exact same as I posted the other day. And I have Tyrell Shavers making it. I think that he's done enough. They've put him on enough special teams for me to see they're showing or at least seeing if he can play there. The question is, do they feel he did it well enough? And we don't know that, so I have him making it. I think the other guy, actually, if there's another guy on this team like that, it's Jimmy Charlo. I'm not putting Jimmy Charlo on my 53-man roster, though, and I don't think he makes it. He has been a great story, and I think he has really proven that he can be a practice squad player. And then maybe his career gets him to the 53-man roster at some point, but that's the other guy I think that fans have really latched onto because of some of the plays he's made. I don't see a path for him with Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, Dorian Williams, Joe Andreessen, Shaq Thompson. No. I just don't think there's a spot for him at linebacker. So I think those are the two guys, and I think Shavers has made it. To me, he's done enough. I don't see Jimmy Charlo making it.
Okay. Sal's got his roster projection up at WGR550.com. Sal, before anything else, you had the clarifying tweet about Jordan Phillips and exactly how things are going to work. So one of the things we talked about this morning, Sal, was I feel like we had an overreaction only in hindsight, right? In the moment, it was on the 53. That seems kind of drastic. And I think that overreaction now tells a little bit of a story, but tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at the 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign on the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there is not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
Okay. What do you think this says about Phillips, their room, their practice squad, understanding that he's practice squad, and now there could, of course, be elevations, right? Practice squad players are somewhat regularly elevated. What's the takeaway on all this?
I really thought when everything happened that this meant something for either Daquan Jones, Dwayne Carter, or Larry Ogunjobi. But they never needed a roster spot for Larry Ogunjobi. The only thing about him would be the savings, right? Because, yes, he's going to be suspended, but his salary's still guaranteed week 1 because he's a vested veteran. You're still saving money if you release him salary cap-wise. But they don't need the roster spot. They wouldn't have to actually bring a guy on the roster in order to do that. But now this changes the equation. Maybe that is what it's for. Maybe because you're going to move off him, and now you can start having Jordan Phillips kind of sort of take his place, if that makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. Because instead of having a suspended guy who you're paying, you're now, who's counting on your cap, who can't practice with you. Maybe now you just got a guy who's going to be practicing with you, and he's not suspended, and if you need him, you can elevate him from the practice squad. So I get more towards maybe this does mean something for Larry Ogunjobi. I still think, sure, could it be possible that Daquan Jones saving $5.5 million, that they decide at the end of the day, you know what, we've seen enough from our young guys, let's move on from him, let's save it, and now we have Jordan Phillips here to fill that void as a practice squad guy. We can elevate and see, have enough guys in the roster because we only have to keep 4 and then 5 on game day. Could it mean something still for Dwayne Carter? Maybe they haven't seen enough from him, but they really like the other 2 young guys. Sure. It's moved the needle a little bit for me on Larry Ogunjobi, simply because if you think about Ogunjobi's situation, they could save the salary cap space by releasing him, and then they would still have a guy in the facility working with the team for the next several weeks. But it doesn't have to, because, again, you could also just stash Ogunjobi away and not have to worry about him, right, and still have an extra guy there in Jordan Phillips.
For Ogunjobi as a cut candidate, you could, like you said, you could stash him for a couple of weeks. You could make that call in week 6 or 7 or 8.
You can, but the difference is his salary is, because he's a vested veteran, because he's been because he's been in the league 4 years. If he's on the week 1 roster in any capacity, and the way I understand it, including suspension, his salary is guaranteed for the year.
Okay.
So if you release him, it's not guaranteed for the year. So that's the cash. And cash matters at this time of year, by the way, for every team. It's not just the Buffalo Bills, not like being cheap. Every team, it matters. The cash you're paying out, especially after week 1 with guaranteed salaries, and understanding that. Cash matters right now. Cap matters, of course, right? So, yes, Jeremy, they could stash him roster-wise because he's going to be stashed anyway. He's going to move to a suspended list today at 4 p.m. if he's still on the roster. He's going to be him and Michael Hoyt. They'll be suspended for 6 games. And then after 4 weeks, they can begin practicing. They don't count on the 53. Then you can just decide to make your decision. And sure, you could do that and say, hey, why would we want to move on from the guy? We got a guy coming back in 6 weeks. No doubt they could do something like that. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves on, but what if they say, you know what, instead of having that, we got a guy who's going to be here. He's going to help us, and we can save that cash and salary cap.
How much should we explore this possibility, Sal, of Ogunjobi being cut, do you think?
I think it's something that could happen. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say because him and Michael Hoyt really, they played a lot in the preseason because they weren't going to get those reps, right? They're not going to get those reps for the next several weeks. And normally when guys play a lot in the preseason, late in the games, you think, okay, they're going to get cut. But that's not the case with these guys necessarily, because Michael Hoyt was really good, by the way, in the preseason. I mean, he's going to help this defense. Right?
I thought Michael Hoyt was very noticeable in the preseason, and I don't know that anybody's really talked much about Ogunjobi at any point this preseason or camp.
Right, and that's where I go, Jeremy, which is, have they seen enough from the young guys where they say, you know what, yeah, we could just stash him, but that means guaranteeing his salary, counting on the cap. We could also just move on right now and say, all right, we've seen enough from the young guys we brought in and we drafted. And, let's remember, they signed Larry Ogunjobi in March. They find out about the suspension. They go and draft 2 defensive tackles a month later, right? That, to me, was always a signal of, let's see where this goes. So, again, I don't know if it's going to happen. You're asking me, how much we should read into it. I just think you should keep it open to a possibility.
Okay. And on cap hits on Ogunjobi, what happens there in terms of the money they gave him versus his contract? Do you have any idea on that? They save a little bit this year, but there are hits, right? There's dead money.
Well, the suspension makes it weird, right, Sal, with him?
So if he's cut today, it's a post June 1 cut. They would save $1.2 million on the cap. They're still going to have to count $2.8 million and dead money that's already spent. The way it works in the NFL is you get basically paid for the games that you play. His salary will be like prorated 1/17 of the games that he plays, like every game that he plays, right? That would happen. But what I don't know is, because I don't have the details of his actual contract, if they put something in there about this, right? Because I know that there was some sort of, if you listen to Brandon Beane when they signed him, he said we knew that they had to kind of revisit him, and they still worked it out, right? Because they didn't really have any, he said we didn't have any options at the time. We had looked and said, okay, we want this guy. So we'll see. So I guess I'll just go by what the base would be here, what the basics would be, instead of getting into the details that we don't know those finer details, which would be they would save 1.2, but you're still counting over $2.5 million of dead cap money. But that's regardless of he's on the team or not.
Yeah. Do we know enough, Sal, about how tight they are against the cap? Like, I think you can open Spot Track and look at how they have the least cap space in the league going into this process. Like, should we be mentally prepared for somebody that would, like you mentioned Daquan Jones after the Jordan Phillips bringing him back, like somebody like that where they would save a good amount of money, like that is on the way because they're so tight against the cap?
Yeah, I think they have to do something like that. So the other thing that's happening today is, right now, guys, only the top 51 salary cap hits count, right? It's top 51 rule up until 4 o'clock today. As of 4 o'clock today, the top 53 count. You're adding a good $1.5 million, $2 million to your salary cap. That's really what the number 52 and 53 guys are going to be making. Maybe a little bit less than that. But let's say, well, if you add it up, it's about $1 million, $1.5 million, somewhere in there. Maybe even a little bit more. So you're going to have money for that. I've had a lot of people say to me, how can the Bills do anything right now? They're $600,000 over the cap. Well, they're not. Nobody's over the cap right now. You can't operate over the cap. You're not allowed to be. They have a little bit of money right now, and therefore they can sign a guy like Jordan Phillips right now, two-way contract, because that counts on the cap if he's in under 51 and all that. They can do that. But once 4 o'clock hits today, that's when, yes, they're going to have to be under the cap. And I think what it is when you read those numbers, it's a projection. So, Joe, I think that they have a little over $1 million in space, I think, right now. But it's a projection of they're going to be over the cap as of 4 p.m. today unless they make some moves. That has to be releasing people. There's always going to be guys that are going to save some money releasing, and that could be bottom of the end of the roster guys. Could be guys making more money. It could be a restructure of a contract. It could be an extension of a contract. There could be a lot of things like that could be on the table today, but they're going to have to do something money-wise to make sure they're cap compliant and have, by the way, a little bit of operating room throughout the season.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Sal, we've got a call to get to in a moment here, but I want to ask you one more thing. I saw Lewis Seen was released by the Eagles. I saw Pooh Paul, which is a guy the Bills had in the pre-draft process a number of visits with a linebacker that actually, Joe, was one of the reasons I bet they would draft linebacker ahead of receiver. Yeah. Had a running back, but they didn't. Are there names you're kind of looking for like that too, where, hey, a guy got drafted in the late rounds and the Bills might have liked him but didn't get to that player, where they could snag a guy for a practice squad from another team like that?
Sure. I mean, there could be guys like that you mentioned that, you've seen. Lewis Seen's an interesting one, but I look now at Shaq Thompson and the role he's been playing for the Bills and thinking, okay, do you need a guy like Lewis Seen? Maybe, though, because he could be a safety by trade. Remember last year when he was on the practice squad until he bolted, he was working a lot at linebacker, right? So do you really need that? I think they have kind of that guy now on the team. They also groomed him for several months, and then all of a sudden he left suddenly to go to the Eagles. So maybe there's like, hey, we don't want to do that again, right? You don't want to lose a guy at the end after you put all that time and effort into him. A guy like Pooh Paul, sure. I mean, I could see it, but you have to look at what the roster is now. Like, are those guys? Did the team kind of move on from that thought from a guy because they already have what they have in the roster now, right? Is how you have to kind of look at it here. Let's see what happens. Is there another wide receiver that all of a sudden we're going, wait a minute, they claim that guy and now suddenly Tyrell Shavers isn't on the roster or something like that, right? I mean, I think that could always be the case when you're looking around the league. That's the other thing about today. Let's remember, just want to remind everybody, at 4 p.m. today, at some point, now last year they made the actual official announcements at like 5:15, I looked it up, but sometime this afternoon, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., whatever it is, when you find out, all the cuts, there's going to be a guy or two that makes the roster that honestly his spot might not be secure. because over the next 24 hours after that, claims are going to come in. If the Bills feel there's a guy out there that they really want, they put a claim in, well, someone's got to go. So, like, a guy could literally make the roster today and then be released tomorrow because they found somebody better on the waiver wire, they feel.
And then there's the alternative where they have guys wait in the parking lot. Is Reed Ferguson going to have to wait in the parking lot again? Is he the one that has to do that?
I don't think so. I mean, yes, you could do that, Jeremy, but here's why it's less likely now. They changed the rule 2 years ago. It used to be where if you put a guy in IR, or if you wanted a guy in IR to miss only a few weeks, you have to make the 53. So you got to have a spot for him. Then you tell Reed Ferguson, hey, we got to release you to make room for this guy. And then you put the guy in IR the next day, and then you re-sign Reed. But now the rule is you get two guys to do that with. You don't have to have on the 53. That, to me, is Max Hairston. Max Hairston today is probably going to go on IR to return. He'll come back in 4 weeks. You do not have to have him on the 53. So you don't have to have a spot for him and go tell Reed or somebody else, go sit in the parking lot, and we'll re-sign you tomorrow. Now, you could, if you have enough guys, if you have more than two that you want to do that with, I just can't think of more than two they'd want to do that with, but there could possibly be the case there.
There's many years, Sal, that they've ended up trading a guy at the end. Bam Johnson, I'm thinking of for this, or Russ Bodine, really depth players that they've traded around this time of year. Is there any position or guy that you're thinking about today that maybe could be traded instead of cut?
Yeah, I look at the offensive line, right? Is there enough room for all the guys on the back end? Ryan Vandermark, Chase Lunt, who they just drafted, probably not a trade candidate, but you never know right there, right? Tylon Grable, who's been in concussion protocol but was the swing tackle. I would say Vandermark would be a guy who, since he's playing, he's been out on the field, he's not, injured. Is that a guy they look at and say, can we keep him? Does he have value? Is he going to have value to us? Right now, he might have a lot of value to the Bills because of the injuries around the offensive line. But maybe they feel that they have enough there, and he could fetch them something. That's a guy that I could look at. Tylon Grable's another guy I could look at in that scenario, but he has been in concussion protocol. And then I look at defensive end. Is A.J. Epinesa a guy? How about Javon Solomon, a second-year guy? That was Bam Johnson. Bam Johnson was in his second year, I think, maybe third year, but is there a young guy? Is there enough room for Javon Solomon and A.J. Epinesa, along with Greg Rousseau, Joey Bosa, Landon Jackson, who you're keeping, right? Michael Hoyt is suspended. We know that. So that allows the team to keep 5 defensive ends. Hoyt would be the 6th. So maybe you don't have to do something like that. But if you feel that your roster's in a spot where you only want to keep 4, again, I'll go back to, is Dwayne Carter a young guy that was playing deep into Saturday night, by the way, guys? Yeah. Right? Is there something to read into that about him? So I just think there's guys around the roster who you never know, and you could see something like that could move the needle.
Joe had something earlier about Dwayne Carter. Like, it'd be the earliest they've given up on a guy in day 2. Like, Boogie Basham got 2 seasons. Carter, if that were to happen, Sal, that'd be a really fast kind of, cut and run.
It would, and as I sit here right now, I'm not going to tell you I predict it's going to happen, but I just look at the numbers and say, what are you going to do? I mean, you could keep 5, there's no doubt. But here's your 5 right now. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Dwayne Carter, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker. I mean, Ed Oliver's not going anywhere. TJ Sanders and Deion Walker aren't going anywhere. I don't think you're getting anything for Daquan Jones, but he is a cut candidate to me because he's $5.5 million. But then you have Dwayne Carter. It could be a trade candidate, possibly. But also you could say, no. We need these guys. Like, you have Larry Ogunjobi suspended. You have Jordan Phillips coming in the practice squad who hasn't had a full offseason. Like, We're playing the Baltimore Ravens week 1, right? Yeah. We need all hands on deck. So I think you could look at a lot of different ways of your Brandon Beane.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Highland. Let's get a call in here from Buff in Dallas. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sal, I got a question. Since Beane has been here, every pick, man, I say from every round just about, it's been developmental player. Is there a reason? Is that a scout thing? Is just a Beane thing, being frugal, or I don't know.
I don't know. What do you mean? No, I'm sorry. I don't understand the question. What do you mean? Everybody's developed well, or has been just picked to develop?
He said developmental. And thanks, Buff. I mean, I think maybe I'll try to jump in on what he might be trying to say here, which is like the Bills, they like to take their tools, guys, right? That's not new. Whether that's, Josh Allen is a tools guy, or Dawson Knox didn't catch a touchdown in college, or Devin Singletary never caught the ball. Like they draft traits. Might be what he's kind of getting at here, Sal. I don't know if you would agree with that. Like, they're always looking for projects or developmental players on the defensive line, which is, also part of the game. You're coming into the NFL as a college player. You've got work to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say they just look for projects, right? I mean, like, sure, you take a flyer on a guy later. I think almost all guys, I think all teams are like this. I mean, unless you're picking in the top 10 of the draft and you know a guy's you got to have him play right away. You know, he's on your team and you got to have him come in. It's tough in the NFL to come in right away. Sure, you'd love that. I don't think they're just saying we're only going to draft Dalton Kincaid to develop him or Keon Coleman to develop him. These guys were relied on to play their rookie year. Dalton Kincaid he broke records as far as rookies, to come in and play. And I know that it didn't go as well his second year. So I don't know. I mean, sure. I think there's two parts of it, though, to answer the question overall, which is if you can draft a guy who can play right now, then you play him. And if he's good enough, you play him. Christian Benford played right away. Right? I mean, like maybe they expected him to be a developmental guy. I bet you they expected Kyrie Elam to play right away, but it didn't, so you had to try to develop him, and it never worked out. But the second part of that is you draft a guy, you have him under contract for 4 years, and your job is to develop him.
Yeah.
So it's not that you're only drafting to develop. You're drafting him with an eye on we're going to play him when he's ready, but our job is to develop the guy to play.
Speaking of corners, Tre'Davious White, the story there?
Yeah, we'll find out a little bit more. Maybe today gives us a little clarity, right? I mean, at 4 p.m. today, is it possible Tre'Davious White goes on an IR to return? Sure, if his injury is significant enough where they feel that he's got to miss some time.
If that's the case, Sal, that might be a little scary. Tre'Davious White as their corner 2 here, if he's going to miss 3-4 weeks, whatever. IR to return would be. Is there a minimum on that?
4 games.
Yeah.
So that's Max Harrison to me is going to go on IR to return. He'll miss 4 games, and he can't practice either until those 4 weeks are up, and then you can return after that. But you're right about that. It would be scary because then what do you do? And I've said for a few days here that if that's the case, I think Dane Jackson squarely becomes a viable starting option for this team. Now, when I say viable, I know fans are like, what do you mean? He shouldn't be starting. But that's probably the guy they turn to. It could be Jamarcus Ingram, but it's one of those two. I don't think you're plucking everybody. Well, go get Stephon Gilmore. Go get Russell Douglas. Dude, there's a game in a week and a half, right? I mean, I don't think that that's going to happen. So I think that's where that is. Now, if Tre'Davious White is on the active roster and nothing happens with him at 4 p.m. today, that's a good sigh of relief for everybody, which means that he's hopefully going to be ready for week 1. It doesn't mean he has to be ready for week 1, though. The Bills could say, you know what, it is a 1 or 2 week injury, and we're going to get him back soon after that, so we don't want to put him on IR. We'll find out. Now, the way the calendar works is today is roster moves, right? We'll find out at some point today. You could just look down your phone and bam, the Bills make a roster move. By 4 p.m. today, they have to have everything done. 53-man roster. They start to formulate the practice squad. Guys who are free agents immediately. Guys who are waivers have to wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow, because they have to wait for all the waivers to clear and guys to be on their team, they'll do that. And then Brandon Beane will speak to the media at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. So that's when we're going to get more information maybe on Tre'Davious White if we don't already know by 4 p.m. today. That's our next chance to know from Brandon Beane about the roster, his thoughts, and Tre'Davious White. At 3 o'clock, then the team's going on the practice field with their roster. Like, that's it. 3 o'clock tomorrow is the first time we're going to see the actual 2025 Buffalo Bills with their entire 53-man roster and presumably mostly 16, 17-man practice squad. And then, it's rock and roll time.
Very good. Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Sal will be, locked in all day today on Twitter, on the air, just to find out how things go today on Cutdown Day.
I'll be in for Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock. Andy Young's going to join me at 11 from Spectrum News.
Very good. Sal, what did you do yesterday? Coaches versus Cancer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was great. It was Bartlett Country Club. It poured for like the first 5 holes. It was soaked, but then it stopped and it was great. It's a great. I don't know if you've played down there, Jeremy. It's a really great course.
I have not.
I mean, it's a hidden gem down in Olean, and do it every year. And I go down there, and it was a dinner on Sunday night, and then we play golf on Monday, and then do a little awards and dinner afterwards on Monday night. And Fran Duffney was the keynote speaker, longtime college basketball coach and Hall of Famer at several schools. What was really cool to me, though, I have to say this. What's really awesome about this event, and I've met a lot of great people in college basketball coaches. And Jeremy, I know you're a big college basketball fan. I'm a big college basketball fan. This is a kind of event like you're going like, man, I can't believe I'm sitting with this person or talking with this person, right? Who's been at these things. And we know Woj is down at Bonnet now, and I saw him and Jim Barron. But what's really cool, like yesterday, in this dinner room that I'm emceeing for, you have Mark Schmidt at St. Bonaventure, and there's George Halkovich of UB and his staff, and there's Jim Christian at Canisius and his staff, and there's Greg Paulus at Niagara and his staff, and they're all together. And they're competitors and a lot rivals in a lot of ways, but they're coming together for this cause, right? And they're all in the same room, and they're all raising money for this cause, and I think that's super cool.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you, Sal. We'll see you at 10.
Got it, man.
Sal Kapacio coming in 10 o'clock for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It is scramble season. You know, the summer brings a lot of those. I was at the Sabres alumni golf tournament yesterday. Saw a bunch of Sabres alumni. Going to have a Sabres conversation at some point, you know. Usually come out of that tournament with a couple things to say.
Today?
Yeah. I got one thing from yesterday that...
What are we waiting on? We're waiting on the Alex Tuck extension.
Yeah?
Which has been... He's been eligible to sign for almost 2 months now. Nothing.
That's right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. On Cutdown Day, we'll get the final roster, first roster, and that Jordan Phillips conversation. I think it's interesting how people are ready to jump on this team if the defensive line does not produce, or at least look like it's fully put together. They spent a lot on it this offseason, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of draft picks. 803-0550. Again, Phillips, though, not expected to be the active roster. Sal explaining that in great detail. We'll get our former future Bills. Future
2-stint draft.
Yeah.
Although it's not always 2-stint. Like Phillips, this was his 4th.
That's right. That's coming up at 8 o'clock. More fun along the way. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at the 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign in the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign in the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there is not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
All right, I'm calling it Tyrell Shavers Day, but I'm putting an asterisk on that as pending, Of all the players, won't he make the roster? I don't know if there's another player that fans might be a little bit more invested in or having more of an opinion on. We'll see how it shakes out. And if he does or doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks anything. But, people are invested, and they watch the preseason. And I feel like a story for a guy that's been here for a couple of preseasons, doing everything they ask. Whatever. He might be the guy that people are most invested in is all.
I don't disagree. I think Tyrell Shavers is number one on that list. As far as people and fans thinking, he deserves a spot, he should make it. They're invested in him, as you said, from that aspect. I think, and I have him. I did post a projected 53-man roster, which I was just looking over a little while ago this morning, which I did this a couple days ago. The Bills had some releases. Then we had the Jordan Phillips stuff happen. I still haven't moved off of where I am on the 53-man roster, though. I think it would be the exact same as I posted the other day. And I have Tyrell Shavers making it. I think that he's done enough. They've put him on enough special teams for me to see they're showing, or at least seeing if he can play there. The question is, do they feel he did it well enough? And we don't know that.
course, the Bills had their preseason finale against the Bucs. Got some things to get out of that, I suppose. I would warn against that. I'd be very, very slow to accept any sort of, hey, Cole Bishop really popped in this game. I mean, you have all backups playing. Everywhere there are backups. You have, if McDermott, as he said, scouts and game plans between a 0 and a 1 for the first preseason game, what do these coaches do for the final preseason game?
It's a negative.
Between a 0 and a 0.001?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You got running backs that show up that day and lead the team in rushing.
Yeah.
So the third and final preseason game is something I'm going to be really careful about here. So nice to see Bishop make a couple of tackles, but I don't think that they should necessarily gain any confidence out of that idea that he played and he made tackles. Doesn't mean much to me. Deion Walker, I think the arrow is up on him, but same kind of thing. As soon as a team scouts the Bills and says, all right, well, when he's on the field, here's what he doesn't do well. That's the game. That's football. You get out there and show you can do something, and they force you to do things you can't do. So we'll see. Everybody I talked to while I was gone for 4 or 5 days was, hey, how are they going to be? Oh, they're going to be great. But I'm wondering about this defense, if they're going to pull it together.
It's cut down day in the NFL. Bills are moving on from Mike White and Shane Buechele at quarterback, one of which is likely going to come back to the Bills practice squad. And we'll get more cuts throughout the day. Reported, guys will share it on Instagram. 4 o'clock today, teams have to be down to 53. Elsewhere around the NFL, Terry McLaurin is coming back to the Commanders on a 3-year deal, $96 million total. Makes him one of the 10 highest paid receivers in football. Amari Cooper to the Raiders, 1 year, $3.5 million, up to $6 million in incentives. Same day that Jacoby Myers, wide receiver with the Raiders, requested a trade. He's in the final year of his deal, making $11 million. Trey Hendrickson returning to the Bengals. He gets a $14 million pay raise over 1 year, so he'll be a free agent at the end of the season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I mean, those are character plays, right? You got to want to do that, and you got to be selfless enough to want to do that and then give that effort. So those do not fly under the radar for us when we go back and examine the film, and we'll do that on the way home on the plane. So listen, there's a lot at stake for these guys. We don't take that lightly, and we have to do our best to give a fair evaluation of the performance tonight. And so in some ways, they made it awfully hard on us to make some tough decisions over the next couple of days here.
Sean McDermott. So that Shavers catch, for a moment, how does that work? Well, he made the catch.
Yeah.
He's got to be on the team. I wonder about that. I also wonder...
Do they think it makes it more likely that he gets poached by somebody else because he's now on their radar?
Okay.
Keep Tyrell Shavers a secret. Maybe dies the second he goes viral for making a one-handed catch.
Yeah. Maybe. He's shown some ball skills there, and another team might notice. Because I saw when he made that catch, Twitter went wild with, he just made the team. One question I would have, you want to go conspiracy a little bit here? Just
sure.
A moment in conspiracy, why not? Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I'm back from vacation, Sneaky Joe. You've been here. I've been listening. You and Nate arguing about Matt Damon yesterday.
Oh,
I'm not upset about the argument.
Ridiculous take that he's a great actor. What a catalog of movies that we went through yesterday.
You think he's great, and Nate thinks he's bad?
Yeah. He thinks he's terrible.
Yeah, I think it was a bad take by Nate. But anyway, who makes the call? I meant to ask this of Sal, and we'll just do it next time. 53-man roster. The GM pulls the tabs at the draft, right? GM, draft this player, sign this player. The GM makes that call. Mm-hmm. Who makes the call on the roster? The coach? So there's a point here about, well, Shavers or Elijah Moore. If it's down to those two, and the coach has said he's a true Buffalo Bill about Shavers, and he made an incredible catch, and he's maybe more versatile, but the GM has a little more invested in Elijah Moore, dead cap, what does he look? Same with Dwayne Carter. If the Bills move on from Dwayne Carter, again, I'm not trying to paint this like they are always trying to snipe at each other or even at odds, but there is a scenario where if a coach thinks, yeah, your third-round draft pick's not very good, I'm going to cut him. McDermott doesn't look bad for that. Bean would look bad for the Carter cut. So Bean's going to try to trade him. He can't get anything done. McDermott says he's not on my football team. Cut.
Yeah.
And then what happens here? People call in and say, like, what a terrible pick.
Right.
So, like, it is kind of funny the way that, coach and GM work together, but there are parts of the job where the GM brings the player in. The coach is supposed to develop this player. The coach says, I can't work with this guy. He's got to get out of here. Mm-hmm. Just interesting to me that how the roster ultimately gets cut down today will shape how people think about Bean. There's a scenario where it's Moore, Ogunjobi, and Carter are all gone. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's not a scenario. But just, wow, that looks kind of rough.
Yeah.
If Shavers is practice squatted and makes it through, then nobody seems to blink at that. He could be up and playing for the team this year. If Ogunjobi is stashed for 6 weeks, like he easily could be, that's.
Yeah, because the GM doesn't necessarily wouldn't get the credit for the guys that come in to replace those players, right? Like, if, let's say they cut those three, Ogunjobi, Moore, and Dwayne Carter. Those are all guys that you put an investment into to some degree.
Same with Curtis Samuel here, right? Like Curtis Samuel, who we all think will make the team. He's shown them some stuff. But if the coach decided, he's never available, I don't want him.
Right. Oh. But if the three guys that replace those three are guys that are undrafted free agents.
GM does not often get credit for those.
Who gets the credit for Jamarcus Ingram when he has a pick six against Miami last year and Cam Lewis is playing this thing? But look at McDermott coaching these guys up.
Yeah.
That's generally how that ends up going, if that's the level of player that replaces those guys, which that could happen. I mean, you'll have one of those today at least. I would bet you're going to have one guy. I think just by looking at their cap, they have to. Moore doesn't make sense for this because you don't save anything. I think they have to cut somebody they're going to save some money on. I think that's how it currently looks. Very elementary look at their salary cap picture. Think like Daquan Jones at $5.5 million. That might be one though where that would be different because he's just been here long enough. Right, that would just be more, well, that worked out, that went well,
ran its course.
We're at the end. Whereas these other examples of guys who haven't even played it down for you yet, like that's a bad look. That's like when they signed O.J. Howard and he shot.
Right.
That was dumb. Marquez Valdez-Scantling last year, he got a couple games
guaranteed monies, yeah.
But guaranteed money for a guy, because again, you'll start to stack examples of that. Like, how come every year we're giving guaranteed money to players that we figure out within the first 2 weeks of the season, this person can't help us at all?
Yeah, right.
Because that would be another. If Ogunjobi gets cut or Elijah Moore gets cut, stack that with O.J. Howard and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and I'm sure there's other examples.
Amari Cooper is signed on with the Raiders.
Yeah, did he just want to skip training camp?
I mean, he signed for nothing.
Yeah, $3.5 million. But he could have signed that contract a month ago.
He might have been waiting, hoping he's getting more. $3.5 million that can be up to $6 million. He signs back with the Raiders. I mean, $3.5 million is just above Elijah Moore. Moore's tops out at $5 million.
Right, and it's $1 million more than Moore.
Right. Which I don't know what that says about Cooper, who, Bean made a point when asked about Cooper to say we scored 7 more points per game with him in the lineup than without. So he's saying he made a difference out there, and the league said, not interested.
Well, it's just another example of how just going by points per game to measure everything on your offense is not necessarily the way you should probably do things.
Yeah, maybe.
Not evaluate things specific like that is what I mean. I guess that he's 31. Like that could come back a little bit, couldn't it? Or do we think he's toast?
I think we kind of went through a little earlier. The receiver, the 30-year-old receiver wall, is starting to gain traction.
That happened fast for Cooper.
Yes, it did.
Super fast.
For Cooper, it was 2 years ago. He was great. Bills trade for him. This is going to be a great signing. If it goes well, they'll re-sign him. Done.
He had 1,200 yards 2 years ago.
Yeah,
for Cleveland. Won people fantasy championships, by the way. And then just in a year, it's like, he's basically not even in the league. Although he'll probably start for them.
Yeah.
Jack Bash, the second-round pick, has not had a good training camp. He's been beaten out by a day 3 guy. Right, Myers. I don't think they'll trade Myers. This is, again, just going to be one of those where he gets a couple million more per year. So I think he probably starts. And he's on a team that's got a quarterback that can throw the ball around. So
you want a stat of the day?
He comes back a little.
Here's a stat of the day for you. Got a stat of the day before the break. Stat of the day, which is brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. This is a stat I have for you on the Raiders.
Okay.
And listen, we all take the preseason pledge. I like to lead the charge to say that preseason means nothing. However, we have dipped into the time of the year, and you know this, Joe, fantasy football trying to find anything they can. Like,
yes.
What are they telling us about what they're going to look like?
Yes.
Okay, well, I got something on the Raiders about this.
Okay.
Warren Sharp had it. In the first half of the preseason this year, first halves of games in the preseason, the Raiders went 11 personnel on 98% of their snaps.
Wow.
In the second half, 44%. And the marks on that, they were number 1 in the NFL in the preseason in 11 personnel, 3 receiver sets. In the second half of those games, they were 31st. Last year, the Raiders were near the bottom of the league in how often they used 3 receiver sets. This preseason, they were number 1 in the first halves. So, does this mean anything to you? It could mean, if you're somebody thinking about taking a flyer on Cooper, they're going to have 3 receivers in formation all the time. Ashton Ginty's going to get runs against lighter boxes. They're going to try at least that, right? Because they're going to try and dictate 3 receivers and Brock Bowers. Is that a Geno Smith's going to throw the ball a good amount?
Yeah.
Whatever. Like I said, we're trying to find anything out of the preseason. If you want that, you can use that as your fantasy find or fantasy fade. But 11 personnel.
Yeah, it makes me wonder about Bowers. Bowers last year was second among all tight ends in slot wide receiver snaps. So if they're running 11 personnel, I think that means they're moving him from the slot to inline tight end, right? Isn't that? Or would they have a slot receiver and Bowers on the other side
maybe
playing slot, which means you have nobody on the offensive line.
Right.
So that would make me wonder about Bowers as much as, anybody on that offense.
Interesting, at least. Maybe. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. You can give us a call. Waiting for Bill's cuts. We could get a number of cuts at any time. IR designated to return. Waiting on a Trey White injury update. We could get that in the form of a transaction. So we'll keep you posted. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at the 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign in the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team. Plus, teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there's not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He got a raise, he got more money, and he got assurances he'll be a free agent. Right? So you want to go after Trey Hendrickson next offseason? Is Bean already thinking about it? This year it was Bosa, and we'll see how Bosa plays, and if it works, I mean, they could bring Bosa back. But if it doesn't go well for Bosa, aren't they chasing defensive end again? And aren't they thinking, well, this is the Von deal part 2, except he's younger. He'd be younger than Von at the time. He's a premier pass rusher, and he's available, and they do not become available. When Bean was asked by, it wasn't Pat McAfee, who asked him last week if you could add any one player in the NFL, he said
it was the
Busting with the Boys.
Busting with the Boys, yeah.
He's like, a guy who plays down LeBron's town, maybe got $40 million. Yeah. He's talking about Myles Garrett. He would have liked to have had Garrett, who didn't become available. Next year, next offseason, Trey Hendrickson's going to be available. Mm-hmm. He's not going to re-sign with Cincinnati.
No chance.
No chance.
No chance. And he'll be 31. Yeah. So it's not like he'll be 34 or 35 like what Von was even.
Yeah. So, I hope we're ready for that conversation, because we talked this whole offseason about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And next offseason, Hendrickson will be out there to get a $140 million contract probably.
Well, because they're either going to re-sign Bosa or they're going to go get another guy. Mm-hmm. Like, they're not going to go... what would have to happen? Landon Jackson gets 12 sacks this year?
Right.
For them to not do that? Like, it's not realistic. Like, they're going to go after a guy.
Hey, be caller 5 to 221-4WGR. That's 221-4947. To win a pair of tickets to see the Deftones with special guests Fantagram and the Barbarians of California at KeyBank Center, September 1st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 5 to 221-4WGR. Concert season. The Deftones. There you go. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Last night was the last 8 p.m. sunset.
Oh,
until
really?
I think I saw April 26th.
Man.
How's that hit you?
Fine. Fall's coming. I'm happy. I'm good. I have noticed that it's a little darker when I'm coming into work in the morning.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Sun's just peeking up over the horizon now, but it's just about done.
Mike Doyle, Channel 4 meteorologist, tweeted that last night. The last 8 p.m. sunset of 2025. The next one, April 17th, 2026. For whatever that's worth. Yeah.
At least it's not 95 degrees anymore.
That's true. And there's a lot of stuff on now. We got the Premier League. We got college football.
Yeah.
This weekend is
so much good college football this weekend.
Yeah, really good.
1 versus 3, Texas and Ohio State. I think 6 versus 10, Notre Dame and Miami is this week. So there's a Clemson game is a ranked matchup. Like, this is a great week 1 for college football.
Hey, you can always watch us, stream us, follow us, go back and watch the show on YouTube. We're on the radio, we're on the app, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. One of the things we can do now with the stream, we've been playing around with this, we are going to play a game / talk football next segment. It's let's draft and maybe put it on the bet board. We're going to go $5 each, and whoever hits wins.
In
players formerly on the Bills that will next sign with the Bills.
Yes.
This cannot be, by the way, who's going to the practice squad. This is not Tyrell Shavers gets cut and then he's back. This is a player whose Wikipedia lists them as with another team or they have left the organization that are going to come back, a la Trey White, Dane Jackson, Cole Beasley, John Brown, Jordan Phillips,
Quentin Jefferson.
Yes. He's on my board, by the way.
Micah Hyde? What if you come back to the practice squad? You got to play a game.
Counts. No, practice squad counts.
Practice squad counts.
Counts.
All right.
Yep.
You sign any piece of paper to play to be on the Buffalo Bills.
Yes. Yeah. It hits the transaction wire. You're going to do it.
All right.
So we're going to draft, and we're going to snake draft. The 4 of us are going to be in it, so it's a quad box segment. That's going to be very exciting.
Yes.
To get the quad box going. And we've also apparently picked up the ability to screen share me spinning a random wheel to find out who gets the first pick. This is revolutionary for us here. And no one's going to put it on the board. I think we can get this wheel up here. Yeah, look at that. There's a wheel. We can spin a wheel on the feet.
Let's go.
Look at this.
Huge development.
This is massive. Man on the moon, us spinning a wheel.
A wheel on YouTube.
Right. So we're gonna go ahead and do this, and first pick, we'll snake draft it and everything. We're spinning, and the first pick in the former Bill to come back and be a future Bill again will go to Josh. So Josh gets number 1 in the snake draft.
Okay.
That's a lot of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I feel like there's a leader in the clubhouse.
You could trade down if you want.
Yeah.
What do I get?
You don't want that pressure? I'll jump up there.
Joe will pick second.
Okay.
Boy, this is not good.
I like that.
The boards are not that long.
No, there's not. There's not. We're going to be into the weeds very fast.
Here. I'm picking third, and Owen picks fourth. Okay.
All right.
2 rounds, snake draft. The former Bill to return to the Bills draft next. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign in the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there's not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
Of course, the Bills had their preseason finale against the Bucs. Got some things to get out of that, I suppose. I would warn against that. I'd be very, very slow to accept any sort of, hey, Cole Bishop really popped in this game. I mean, you have all backups playing. Everywhere there are backups. You have, if McDermott, as he said, scouts and game plans between a 0 and a 1 for the first preseason game, what do these coaches do for the final preseason game?
It's a negative.
Between a 0 and a 0.001?
Yeah.
There's nothing. You got running backs that show up that day and lead the team in rushing.
Yeah.
So the third and final preseason game is something I'm going to be really careful about here. So nice to see Bishop make a couple of tackles, but I don't think that they should necessarily gain any confidence out of that idea that he played and he made tackles. Doesn't mean much to me. Deion Walker, I think the arrow is up on him, but same kind of thing. As soon as a team scouts the Bills and says, all right, well, when he's on the field, here's what he doesn't do well. That's the game. That's football. You get out there and show you can do something, and they force you to do things you can't do. So we'll see. Everybody I talked to while I was gone for 4 or 5 days was, hey, how are they going to be? Oh, they're going to be great. But I'm wondering about this defense, if they're going to pull it together.
It's cut-down day in the NFL. Teams have to be down to 53 players by 4 o'clock this afternoon. The Bills have some releases that are trickling out, including Mike White and Shane Buechele at quarterback. and a couple of other players they've officially released. You can find the details on that at WGR550.com. The Bills are going to be bringing in Jordan Phillips to the practice squad. They'll do some roster maneuvering with him in the next day or two, but he'll eventually land on the practice squad for the Bills. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders finally agree on an extension, 3 years, $96 million total. One of the 10 highest paid receivers in football. Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals also coming to an agreement. That's a 1-year deal, so it's just through this season, and gives him a $14 million raise. He'll also be a free agent after the season. Amari Cooper goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. 1 year, $3.5 million, worth up to $6 million. On the same day, the Raiders had a receiver, Jacoby Myers, request a trade. He's in the final year of his deal, making $11 million per year. The Vikings and Panthers have been talking trade, according to Adam Schefter, about Adam Thielen, a possible reunion for Thielen in Minnesota. The Vikings have had a lot of injuries at wide receiver. The Raiders also trading for Kenny Pickett from the Browns in exchange for a 5th-round pick. Their backup, Aiden O'Connell, had fractured his wrist in the preseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody, good morning. I'm back from vacation.
You're back.
This is not actually for me, though. So the Bills bringing back Jordan Phillips. Sal gave us the full rundown on that. We're going to play a fun little game here. You can play along the home version. You can tweet in your answers. You can write them in the YouTube chat. But the long and short of it on Jordan Phillips. So the Bills are bringing him back. He won't be on the active roster. They're going to then release him and then bring him back on the practice squad. Okay, You know that. We're waiting for roster cuts. That comes today by 4 o'clock, the first 53. And then, from there we'll see what happens because things always move around. Hey, that guy got cut loose. Let's go get that guy. One name on the radar for me is Pooh Paul. Because the Bills had a private visit with him and went to the Combine and at a Zoom meeting. It's a name I remember in the draft as a linebacker they might like. He was released. He did not make his team, so maybe they think, how about that guy for the practice squad? So we'll see. Happy Tyrell Shavers Day, maybe, if he makes the team. Ogunjobi, news on Trey White, on what's going to happen with his injury, if they expect him back soon, if he's designated to return on IR the way that Sal thinks that Max Hairston will be. So there's a bunch of stuff that we'll learn about the team today, including down to 53-man roster. So we had an idea for a game that we can play, and we're going to make it a little bet on our side here. It's a fantasy draft. It's also fantasy draft season. So what we will be doing is 2-round snake draft, former Bills to be future Bills.
Yes.
And whoever hits first wins. There's not going to be a first, second, third. I mean, we might not hit anybody here. But Jordan Phillips is back. This is actually kind of a takeoff, Joe, of my deep desire to have an NFL coordinator draft where you get points when your coordinators become coaches. I desperately want to be in a dynasty league where I can draft coordinators to get jobs as a head coach. This is year 10 of talking about that, not putting it together. Anyway, let's draft.
All right.
Former
Josh
Bills
has the first pick.
They are not with the organization right now.
Right.
They will be coming back at some point, 2 years, 6 years, you name it.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Now, 2 things just to get clarity on.
Yes.
They just can't be with the team right now.
Correct.
They haven't had to be with somebody else in between.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Would Jordan Phillips have counted? Because he was not with the Bills, but he also didn't stop anywhere else in between.
You know what's funny? I found him on ESPN's Dolphins depth chart right now.
They have another Jordan Phillips.
But you click his name, it goes to this Jordan Phillips.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say, I think they have a different Jordan Phillips.
All right. So, who's that? Somebody that retired last year?
Yeah, like
Rasul Douglas.
If Micah Hyde has a change of heart and says, actually, you know what? Maybe I do want to give it one more go.
Your answer is this. If they're not with the team right now, they count.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Micah Hyde counts. And the other Rasul Douglas counts.
Okay.
If you want that one.
And the other question I had was, is this just during the McDermott Bean era?
No. Any
Any former Bill.
Any former Bill.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like
you can draft Jim. You can draft Thurman if you want.
Sure.
Right.
If you'd like to do that, yes, you can do that.
Okay.
We spun the wheel, and Josh has the first pick. Snake draft 8 picks. Josh picks first. Former, future Bills.
Pick one.
With the first pick from the producer's studio, I am proud to select Rasul Douglas.
Wow, okay.
Cornerback. We had to identify which side of the ball needed most help. We were back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
Decided Rasul Douglas.
You went for a position of need?
Positional value, yeah.
Maybe.
Exactly.
Rasul
Got to be
Douglas.
safe.
He is the only of the big 3 last year not on a team.
All right, he's still available.
Vaughn got to Washington. Amari Cooper got to the Raiders. And Rasul Douglas, who visited with the Dolphins but didn't sign, is still available. Rasul Douglas, pick number 1 to Joe.
Pick number 2, I'm going to take the guy that said a month ago that he would like to finish his career with the Bills, and it's at a position that they're currently not in great shape at. I'll go Jordan Poyer.
Wow.
As a practice squad ad in the same light that Micah Hyde was last year. Maybe doesn't even appear in uniform, but signs with the Bills.
He might have more of an idea that he wants to play, though, than Hyde did. No?
Maybe. Does he think he's going to play?
I don't know.
Somewhere? I don't know what he thinks.
I think he's going around, like, traveling the world at the moment.
Is he?
Instagram?
Yeah.
Listen to Owen over here was scouting these guys' Instagrams to see, like, this guy's in Japan right now. I don't know if he's really thinking about
if
football.
you're just not doing your due diligence and just opening up the book.
Yeah.
Got to get your scouting reports
All right.
done.
The pick is to me, and
team.
then Owen for 2, and then we're back. This is a tough one here because I feel like I want to pick the guy that visited the team.
Go ahead.
I'm going to pick
him.
I'm going to pick Gabe Davis.
Okay.
Week 3, Josh Palmer gets a leg injury. Gabe Davis is signing. So,
if he's not on a team already.
That's right.
That's part of why I didn't pick him, because I think Poyer I don't think is signing anywhere. I think Gabe might.
Okay. Yeah. This is long enough. I mean, my board includes guys that are currently under contract on other teams.
Oh, me too.
That they will bring back.
Yeah.
We'll see how deep we can go on this. If we can get a third round out of it, we will. All right, so Gabe Davis, give me my pick.
Yeah.
To Owen for 2.
Oh, this is tough. I got back-to-back here. I know this guy just got traded. It just feels like the kind of guy that they want back. Harrison Phillips.
This is a good pick.
What are you doing?
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
He seems like the kind of guy they'd want to get their hands back on.
Definitely.
He was a Buffalo guy. Like I think Phillips is a good pick there.
He is on my board.
I was hoping he could fly under the radar.
Yeah, he wasn't flying by me. And then we'll go with another just obscure receiver that probably shouldn't play anywhere, but probably will. Jake Kumro, I think, is a guy that's kind of a...
Is he still in the league?
He's got to be in, like, the Himalayas.
That doesn't stop them.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, he feels to me like a vibes guy that Josh got along with that I can see them going back to the well on.
He was last with a team with the Bills in 2023.
Okay. Mm-hmm. To me, for the next pick, I got a guy. I came to this draft of former future Bills, Bills to be future Bills.
Okay,
and I'm going to take Saran Neal.
That was my next pick.
I did not think on a Tuesday morning on August 26th I'd be looking up Saran Neal's guaranteed money with the 49ers, but I did look that up.
We were all on Neal, huh?
Yeah, give me Saran Neal, second pick of this draft for me. I mean, come on. He knows the system. Part of this draft is we can immediately launch into what we would say the moment he's brought back. Knows the system, versatility, special teams. You're getting a lot with Saran Neal. Saran Neal's my second round pick.
All right, I am going to go with a lesser-known Bill that you might even feel like I'm cheating a little bit by doing this.
Here we go.
This player already is a 3-stint Bill. There's no doubt that, in my opinion, he's going to get to a 4th. I'm going to go with Eli Ankou as a draft pick here.
Wow.
Who is not on a team right now. He was with the Bills for a couple games last year, on and off the depth chart, all for 4 years.
That's good.
Eli Ankou.
That's a good pick. Real good pick.
I'm ready to go back a third round if you guys are.
I think we're going to do it.
I'm good. I got names on my board.
Yeah.
I got names on my board.
I mean, the chat's got some names thrown at us, so yeah, let's do a third round. Josh, your pick.
All right, I'll pick 2 here. I'm going to go with the first pick guy that is currently on a roster, Kingsley Jonathan.
Okay.
Okay, Syracuse guy.
Good pick.
What roster is he on?
I think it's the Jets, last I checked. Maybe it's the Giants. One of the two. I know I looked earlier. I just can't remember which one he's on.
Okay.
Regardless, second pick on the comeback, Tyrell Dodson, current Miami Dolphin.
Yep.
I also looked him up and see what his contract looked like. He did just sign a 2-year deal with Miami. So, all right, I am going to go with between two names here. And we're only doing 3 rounds, right?
Yeah,
So
only
this,
do 3 rounds.
This player might be undrafted if I don't take him here.
We got to find out who was
Sitting there in the green
We got to find
room.
out who was snubbed.
Yeah. All right. Because Ty goes to the guy that's not on the team right now. I'll go with Stephon Gilmore.
Okay.
Stephon Gilmore, cornerback. The Bills have injuries. He's nearing the end. I don't think he'll want a lot of money. Gilmore.
This does make me think we should only be picking McDermott-era guys, though.
I asked for clarity before the draft. Now we're making a big deal of this.
Will it feel like it's the same thing, though?
Like no, it won't.
You can have the pick. I'm just saying, it feels like we should have made that clear.
The opportunity was presented to create that rule before.
It was.
Because he was on my board.
Okay. You can have it, I guess.
I can take my other guy if you really want.
Let's take the other guy.
Take the other guy?
Yeah, just because the whole idea is that they're returning to this regime.
All right.
Because they bring guys back that they feel comfortable with.
All right, I'm going to take Zach Moss.
Ooh. Zach Moss.
The Bills pick up an injury running back. He's not on a team right now. He did. The reason I picked Gilmore over him is he has a neck injury. Had a neck injury.
Ooh.
And that can be.
Yeah.
I mean, Damian Harris had a neck injury and it ended his career.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know the severity of Moss's, but middle to late of the year, like something happens to Ray Davis. Who do they call? Like Zach Moss.
Okay. Hold on, I got to go to Spot Track to see how many years this guy signed for.
If they sign Stephon Gilmore later today, I can't tell. I am going to be furious.
If they do that, it won't be treated like, they're bringing the band back again.
No, it won't. And I also will feel like I am owed $15.
True. Well, well.
At the same time.
That's tough for you. It's too old. I can't do it. I don't want to do it.
Too old?
The next guy I'm thinking of, I got to take him off the board. He's just too old.
Emmanuel Sanders.
No, it's Mac Hollins. He's got a 2-year contract. I'm going to bring him back at 33. Give me, this is former Bills that are going to come back.
Mm-hmm. Listen to him furiously typing.
I know. Spot track.
The clock runs out, he gets Diggs.
Yeah.
No thanks.
1-game contract, retire a Bill with Josh.
I've got a couple names here. I'm surprised.
I had names left on my board.
I have another one, too. I've got a name here. I'm going to go Kyle Allen.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Good buddies with Josh.
Josh
right?
is his best friend, basically.
And backup quarterbacks can play
anywhere forever.
Forever.
He played against the Bills in the preseason, but who was he with? Detroit?
He won the backup job in Detroit.
He did?
Yep. He won the backup job.
I don't think that bodes well for you then.
Just next year.
If he's the backup.
2 years, 3 years.
This thing's not making it to next year. Come on. They're going to bring back one of these guys this season, right?
It's got to happen. I am going to go with, because you stole my Saran Neal pick, I have to go with another safety. Dean Marlowe is on a 1-year deal with the Chargers.
Boy, is that a good pick. Late round steal.
Just
Dean
feels
Marlowe.
like
you gotta like it.
Next year, just see if he can make the team as some depth.
Yep. All right.
My guy.
Keep the list. Whoever gets the first one back wins $15 from the other 3.
All right. This will be immortalized. This is going to be a video here. This will be up forever.
I did think Quentin Morris was on my board.
Quentin Morris.
He was on mine as well.
I'm surprised that Sneaky Joe here, you didn't try to bend the rules a little bit and say Brian Dable.
Oh, no. I did think of coaches for a second. I didn't even think of Dable.
I just thought maybe you might go that route.
I really should have done that, shouldn't I have?
If we would have went to round 4, I had a long term, Wyatt Teller. He's up at the end of the year. Ooh. People don't want to be in Cleveland. The Bills might need help on offensive line.
David Edwards is free agent.
Torrance has got to sign a big contract.
They can't afford Wyatt Teller.
No, they can't afford Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, you never know.
He's gonna get like.
Oh, he's gonna get
$100 million.
Yeah.
I had Devin Singletary on my board.
Okay.
I think he's the 3rd string running back right now in New York. Levi Wallace was on my board.
I had Levi Wallace as the name.
I had Edmonds on mine. Just he's
Jermaine
done with that
Edmonds.
Chicago contract.
I had Shaq Lawson on my board.
Yeah.
He played one game in Carolina last year. He's also like a 3-stint bill. I had Quentin Jefferson on my board.
I had Quentin Jefferson on my board.
Isaiah.
Tim Settle. Listen, right now we are all reaching out to these players, agents, to say, listen, we wanted to draft you. We can't believe you got through. Come in for a visit.
Come in for a visit.
Let's have a chat about this.
Isaiah McKenzie was another guy I thought of.
Is he?
He's suspended by the Colts.
Okay.
Conduct
Still?
detrimental to the team, I think is.
Still?
Nah, maybe that was old that I read.
I thought
this
it was
morning.
just a few weeks,
It might have been,
when he was
yeah.
still on the team.
The
That might be right.
the chat also mentions Calvin Benjamin. Not that likely.
No. Man. Chance.
Who else in the chat?
He tried to actually make a comeback last year as a tight end, and it didn't take hold.
It's going to be
Former
tackle
Bills
next year.
to be future Bills is the game. I'm trying to see any other names that we didn't get to here.
Tyrod,
Levi Wallace, you mentioned.
Leonard Fournette.
No, he's done.
Hot dirt.
Leonard Floyd.
Tim Settle. You know, you can never count out a defensive tackle.
No.
The corners is really where I like.
Lewis Seen, we mentioned him earlier in the show a little bit. He's waived injured and I guess is going to IR for the Eagles.
Yep.
So anyway. Listen, it was nice.
How about Matt Hawk at punter?
Not bad.
I had him on my board.
Jake Camarda.
Corey Bajorquez.
Did he count? He doesn't count.
He's not on the team.
Yeah, but he wasn't on the team in the first place.
He's with the. Yeah, okay. Okay, they
I
have
guess
to.
he did sign what it was like one of those reserves, futures, contract,
right.
BS, whatever it is. I don't know.
Giants releasing Tommy DeVito.
Oh, the Three Amigos. Had you seen all the social media stuff the Giants had done in the last 5-6 days? It was all Three Amigos. It was Winston, Dart, and DeVito. They left Russell Wilson out.
Yeah.
They were hanging out together. They were taking pictures together. They were Russell Wilson just not in any of them. They just don't. I guess they just don't hang out with.
Well, isn't that the story on Russell Wilson's career? Isn't that what Richard Sherman's always said?
Yeah.
Richard Sherman said, "I've never."
You had to go through his
agent,
assistant or agent
to call him on the phone.
Right.
It's my teammate. You got to call his agent.
So that would be in line with that.
Are you buying the Jackson Dart buzz? He had a great preseason.
I think by rule with the preseason pledge, I think I'm not supposed to buy into Jackson Dart. He looked athletic though, and that has me feeling a little optimistic for his chances.
Yeah.
The problem is though they just have the most brutal schedule in the world this year. But I don't know. He's got neighbors. Just throw the ball in the direction of number one, and you probably should do pretty well. So, I don't know. I'm open to him being really good.
Okay.
I'm open to him being really good.
Can't believe I got Gabe Davis with the third pick.
There's no way they're doing. He's going to sign somewhere else.
That might be right.
That's the thing.
And then get cut.
That's
and
why
then
I didn't
come
pick
in.
him. Yeah.
Gabe Davis, Saran Neal, Kyle Allen. I like my team.
Should Robert Woods have been picked?
Does anybody hate their team? It's only a three-round, four-person draft. It's kind of tough to hate your team.
No, I don't hate my team.
You've got Poyer, Eli Anku, and Zach Moss.
Yeah.
I think your depth is Moss is tough.
Moss is tough?
Yeah, I think it's a tough pick.
Why?
I'm bringing back Zach Moss.
Why? What are they if they have an injury running back? What else are they going to do?
Darrington Evans.
Get out. He's hurt.
He is. Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I was given this thought. It seems like, there's 100 and something schools in the FBS, right? Over 100?
Yeah.
And it does seem like every year, especially in the first round, there's only a couple wide receivers that come out of a draft each year that are really good. Do you think the numbers would be higher for as many wide receivers there? I mean, we've got a couple hundred receivers, and you might get 3 or 4 really good ones each year in the draft, and sometimes they don't even work out. And I just wonder how far these scouts go looking at players, how if other schools, when they start looking at them. Because, Andre Reed, probably the best receiver in Bill's history, came from a school no one would have ever heard of if he wasn't a Bill in Kutztown State. But it does seem like that's just a position it's like should be one of the most important positions. Quarterback needs that player. It just doesn't seem like, even for the Bills, it's not the highest priority position. And it's just weird. It just seems like you think it'd be easier to find good wide receivers, and I just don't understand what the problem would be with that. I'm just wondering what you guys think. Thanks.
Well, part of it is anybody that is going to come into the league has to replace somebody else in the league. Mm-hmm. So
Yep.
You know, how many starting receiver jobs are available every year? I mean, make this about offensive line. You could do this at any position. Think of how many offensive linemen there are in college football.
Right.
A lot.
Thousands. Yeah.
And you got to displace somebody that's in the NFL, which is the top, 1% of talent.
Yep.
So if you started a secondary league, you could fill it with wide receivers, but they have to be better than the guys that are in the league. And that's tough to do. Who is the best small school receiver in the NFL right now? Is it active NFL receiver, small school? Cooper Kupp would have been an answer here, right? Eastern Washington for him?
He's not active. I thought of T.O. for a second. What was that?
Alabama State?
No.
South Alabama?
Chattanooga, right?
Yeah, okay. Alabama, yeah.
Right now,
Tyreek Hill, I guess, is the answer here.
But that's only that one's almost cheating because he was at Oklahoma State and he got kicked out for choking his girlfriend. That one doesn't count. So is there who was in the MAC? No, I'm thinking of Antonio Brown. He's not active anymore either.
Is Puka the right answer here? But he was not really that small.
Where did he go? Chase Jefferson, that's both LSU. Where Devontae Adams go? That could be a good one, right?
Yeah.
He's a later pick. He goes to Fresno State.
Okay, Devontae Adams, Fresno State.
Fresno State.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there's not an elite guy right now though that
is out of nowhere.
That's out of nowhere, small school. Look where these guys were drafted. Chase is a first-round pick, and Lamb is a first-round pick out of Oklahoma, and Jefferson's a first-round pick. Neighbors is a first-round pick. St. Brown is a fourth-round pick, but he's what? That's USC?
Yeah.
So that's not a small school. Where Nico Collins go? Michigan. That's big. Yeah, Puka's probably the best you're going to do here.
Out of BYU. Puka.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's Ohio State. A.J. Brown, Ole Miss. Yeah, all these guys.
Speaking of that, there's a lot of chatter that the 2027, this is one small random point about receivers and draft stuff, if you want it. I forget who it was, but I saw some fantasy guy saying, if you're in dynasty leagues, you should 100% be trying to, especially if you're close to a rebuild, you should get as many picks in the 2027 draft as possible. It's going to be an all-timer.
2027?
For skill positions. Yep. Okay. 2027 college football. The NFL draft of college players in 2027 is setting up to be an all-timer for talent.
Should the Bills trade?
Now, should you think two years in advance in dynasty and getting picks to try to get Jeremiah Smith? I guess you could, but
who could the Bills call right now and say, "Hey, we'll give you our 26 first for your 27 first"? Hey,
the Patriots.
You want a team on the descent, though, don't you? Hey, Pittsburgh.
Come on, the Patriots is the best. What a trade that is.
You want to do it with New England?
I'm just saying, you think you're going to be good?
Yeah, you think by then you think you'll be really good, right? All right, let's see. Here, we'll give you our first next year. You give us your first the year after that.
Let's do it. This segment became Let's Get Stupid, but I'm here. I'm here for it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reports that the Bills are releasing Dane Jackson.
So that's good news for Trey White, is it not?
Unless, I think so. Because the idea that they're going to start, Dorian Strong, a 6th-round rookie at corner in week 1 seems unlikely to me.
I am nervous about that. Is it okay? Is everyone ready to be nervous about week 1? They'll lose. The season's along. If they lose. There's a lot of season left. But Baltimore comes in, and their offense was amazing against the Bills in the playoff game without Zay Flowers.
And they'd immediately basically have a 2-game lead in the 1 seed.
Yeah. And you're trotting out in your secondary. You're playing without Hoyt, without Ogunjobi, rookies on the defensive line.
Without Hairston.
Without Hairston. Maybe Trey White is banged up. I don't know what's going on at safety. I think you've got questions on defense to start the year.
Against that offense.
And again, it's how you finish, not how you start. But week 1, it'll be a big test. If they win that game, I'm going to be coming in Monday after. So, let's go. It'd be a huge win.
How about if they win that game, too, and the defense looks good doing it?
It'd be really impressive.
Against Jackson and Henry, I'm with you. I don't see that being the case. I'm absolutely at a place right now where I think for them to have a good result defensively in that game, it's got to look like the playoff game. They've got to get turnovers, mistakes by Baltimore. They got to force that because them just getting stops with all of these banged up guys, and again, though, maybe the Dane Jackson release would be a good sign for Trey White.
Right.
But even with Trey White, I'm still thinking like they're going to need turnovers in that game.
We will keep tracking the cuts, but Dane Jackson appears to have been cut by the Bills. Jeremy Fowler has that. More as they come in.
Oh, never mind. The Dolphins. I thought our game just ended. I thought our draft ended in one segment. I misread it. The Dolphins are signing Rasul Douglas.
Okay.
$3 million.
Tough pick.
It said hashtag Bills in front of him, so I thought the Bills signed him, but the Dolphins have signed Rasul Douglas.
Wow.
What a bust for a first overall pick.
Right, your first overall pick got taken in 20 minutes.
Before the break.
20 minutes later, you lose the first pick.
That is tough.
Wow.
That's Nail Yakupov level bust.
What a bust.
That's a brutal pick.
Terrible pick. All right, Jordan Poyer's on the clock. I can't wait to see him re-sign in Miami next. Let's do it. All right, we'll keep you updated on the roster stuff. 803-0550. Give us a ring on anything Bills related. Are you worried about that defense in Week 1 in Baltimore? Or are you not even worried about Week 1 because the season comes down to January? That's how that goes. 803-0550 here on WGR. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He got a raise, he got more money, and he got assurances he'll be a free agent. Right? So you want to go after Trey Hendrickson next offseason? Is Bean already thinking about it? This year it was Bosa, and we'll see how Bosa plays, and if it works, they could bring Bosa back. But if it doesn't go well for Bosa, aren't they chasing defensive end again? And aren't they thinking, well, this is the Vaughn deal part 2, except he's younger. He'd be younger than Vaughn at the time. He's a premier pass rusher, and he's available, and they do not become available. When Bean was asked by, it wasn't Pat McAfee, who asked him last week if you could add any one player in the NFL, he said,
it was the
busting with the boys.
Busting with the boys, yeah.
He's like, a guy who plays down LeBron's town, maybe got $40 million.
Yeah.
He's talking about Myles Garrett. He would have liked to have had Garrett, who didn't become available. Next offseason, Trey Hendrickson's going to be available.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to re-sign with Cincinnati.
No chance.
No chance.
And he'll be 31.
Yeah.
So it's not like he'll be 34 or 35 like what Vaughn was even.
Yeah. So, I hope we're ready for that conversation because we talked this whole offseason about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And next offseason, Hendrickson will be out there to get a $140 million contract probably.
Well, because they're either going to re-sign Bosa or they're going to go get another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not going to go... What would have to happen? Landon Jackson gets 12 sacks this year?
Right.
For them to not do that? Like, it's not realistic. Like, they're going to go after a guy. I mean, obviously, the dream scenario, I think, is that Parsons is available in a year, right?
Right.
That he's still in it with Dallas and hasn't signed, and they're talking about franchise tagging or trading, and then you call Jerry Jones and be like, we will give you whatever you want. Blank check. This is the player I've been searching for 8 years. What do you want? Anything but Josh. Take it.
Yeah. Is it wrong to look at their cap space for next year?
The Bills?
Yeah, they don't have a lot. They got to work. They got work to do.
With 12 days before the season?
Right, before next year's cap. Anyway. All right, I'm calling it Tyrell Shavers Day, but I'm putting an asterisk on that as pending, Of all the players, won't he make the roster? I don't know if there's another player that fans might be a little bit more invested in or having more of an opinion on. We'll see how it shakes out. And if he does or doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks anything. But, people are invested, and they watch the preseason. And I feel like a story for a guy that's been here for a couple of preseasons, doing everything they ask. Whatever. He might be the guy that people are most invested in is all.
I don't disagree. I think Tyrell Shavers is number one on that list. As far as people and fans thinking, he deserves a spot, he should make it. They're invested in him, as you said, from that aspect. I think, and I have him. I did post a projected 53-man roster, which I was just looking over a little while ago this morning, which I did this a couple days ago. The Bills had some releases. Then we had the Jordan Phillips stuff happen. I still haven't moved off of where I am on the 53-man roster, though. I think it would be the exact same as I posted the other day. And I have Tyrell Shavers making it. I think that he's done enough. They've put him on enough special teams for me to see they're showing or at least seeing if he can play there. The question is, do they feel he did it well enough? And we don't know that.
Breaking from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the Bills are releasing veteran corner Dane Jackson. One of their releases going into the 53-man roster cutdown, which is due by 4 p.m. today. Mike White and Shane Buechele, quarterback, a couple other names that we've seen so far. Dane Jackson is being released. Could return to the practice squad, we'll see. Elsewhere around the league, Rasul Douglas, no longer available to the Bills. He's going to the Dolphins on a one-year deal for $3 million. Douglas to Miami. Elsewhere around the NFL, Tommy DeVito released by the Giants. They're going to carry 3 quarterbacks on their roster, all 3 of Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, and Jameis Winston. You've got trade talks between the Vikings and the Panthers involving Adam Thielen and whether he'll return to Minnesota. And you had some big signings yesterday. Terry McLaurin, 3-year, $96 million deal with Washington. Trey Hendrickson gets a 1-year pay bump, $14 million raise to stay in Cincinnati for at least 1 more year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Pick one. With the first pick from the producer's studio, I am proud to select Rasul Douglas.
Wow, okay.
Cornerback.
A few moments later.
The Dolphins are signing Rasul Douglas. Brutal.
They give you one of those lessons in radio. Do the bit when you can do it. Right? We did it. And then moments later, okay, that guy's gone.
Yep.
Who's next? He would have been off the board tomorrow. So anyway, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We did our former Bill, future Bill draft. And number 1 pick, Rasul Douglas, has signed with the Dolphins. Next up on the clock is your Jordan Poyer pick.
Come on, Poyer.
It might not be bad.
Practice squad. He might think if he comes in now, he has a shot to play. I would not want to see the Bills put him out there, but
right. So Dane Jackson being released, I think the immediate, very normal takeaway is this is probably good news for Trey White.
Yeah.
The Bills aren't planning on playing Dane Jackson to start. So whether that means they're going to bring somebody else in, or if it's just, no, Trey should be fine for week 1 or soon enough. Dorian Strong, I mean, okay. That'd be rough to start, but...
Yeah, 6th-round rookie. I mean, hey, the last time they started a 6th-round rookie out of the gates, it worked out pretty well.
And the last time they did it because they kind of had to, right? Like Benford, you know...
Well, the first-round pick was available.
That
would be the one difference.
But they didn't trust him.
That's right. But in this case, it would be... You're playing because the first-round pick is injured. Maybe more than, you showed that you're more trustworthy than Max Hairston. So I don't know. Like, it's also the hypotheticals being thrown out there that Jackson comes back to the practice squad and they just elevate him for week 1 and he starts anyway.
Okay.
So maybe it is still possible, but he's got to come back to the practice squad.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, does he have a market? Does he have another team in the league that wants a depth corner? I don't know. They're exposing him for at least 24 hours, which I think means that they're at least comfortable with the possibility that he's not available to them.
One quick thing on the preseason. This is a prediction. I'm making a prediction about next year's preseason right now, which is kind of dumb, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bills preseason featured no Josh Allen, right?
Correct.
Lamar didn't play much because he got hurt.
Right. I don't even know if he appeared.
Okay.
I don't think he appeared.
He got a foot injury, so that's kind of moot.
Just returned to practice yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Burrow played a lot.
Yes, he did.
Mahomes played in their third preseason game.
Yep.
As they played the Bears. I wonder if the Bills lose to Baltimore or whatever, if the offense is slow out of the gate for any reason, if we will get a referendum on, Josh should have played in the preseason because Burrow and Mahomes both did. And, this league, sometimes it's just what happened most recently.
Yeah.
And the Bills' narrative is not that they start slow. Not really. The Bengals was, and that's why they played Burrow a bunch. And there's another example of how the preseason is different things for different teams. You see what Ben Johnson said about their game against the Chiefs?
No.
They played the Chiefs, and they were down, I think it was 20-3 before they get a touchdown right before halftime.
Mm-hmm.
In that game, Caleb Williams and the Bears offense against the Chiefs, they didn't score until the very end. And Ben Johnson talked about how troubled he was by what they did on offense. And Caleb Williams was fine. His numbers were good. He was like 11 of 13, 117 yards, touchdown in the third preseason game. And he's like, it's really bad. We got a lot of work to do. There's a first-year head coach who, making a point, even if you play relatively well, not good enough, you're not good enough. He's trying to establish a culture there, right? Like he's making a point to practice them harder. They put up 38 against the Bills. He said he dusted off an old game plan. They kind of used the game plan.
Yeah, but like an old one.
Yeah. And it kind of just all gets to me of, I wonder if this time next year we aren't going to be at, they didn't play well against Baltimore. Josh got to play in the preseason now. Look what happened for Burrow. They started 3-0.
Isn't, though, that going to require Lamar also starting slow? Because
Maybe.
in the same game,
you're
going to have a guy that also didn't play in the preseason. So if Jackson
he might have an
great,
excuse.
Yeah, it'll be, I'll come in the next morning and say, yeah, the preseason mattered. How about the guy on the other side of the field that looked awesome? Because he didn't play in the preseason.
No, I know.
However, it is also possible that they both start slow.
I don't think
and
that
then you'll really get those takes.
I don't think there's any true formula to this. You'll have some players that think it's important, some that just don't want to go on the trip to Chicago when they're going to go.
Right.
In the chat, it's pointed out Josh threw 3 passes in preseason last year. You don't have to convince me. I'm making a prediction about the talking point. Because if Burrow has a good start, a good September, which he often doesn't.
No, he does not.
Then all of a sudden it changes for Burrow. And anytime you get one story like, oh, look what it did for Burrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope we don't have to deal with it, personally. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. So Dane Jackson, our first cut, Tommy DeVito, we know about that one as well.
We'll keep
tracking.
Do you consider the Ravens a fine team to have corner problems against in week 1?
No.
They're not necessarily built through receiver.
I don't think it's a fine team to have a corner problem against at all. They have, if you're
they're outside receivers to go into the year, which is where you would expect to have whoever's starting, Dane Jackson, or more likely now somebody else. It's DeAndre Hopkins and Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, and Zay Flowers.
And he's going to play in the slot.
Yeah, but he can play everywhere. I mean, Flowers can do everything, all 3 levels. I think it's a bad team to have any defensive problem against. Derrick Henry takes all 11. Lamar Jackson takes all 11. Flowers is good. Bateman, he's been injured all the time. He's pretty good. Hopkins, I think, still has something left. No, I think Baltimore is one of the worst teams to have any sort of defensive problem against. I mean, you're playing one of the 3 best quarterbacks in football.
Yep, you are.
So, no, it would make me nervous. I think I'm going to go to the season thinking the defense we see at the start isn't going to tell us really much about the defense at the end.
Oh, no, there'll be so many
changes are still coming.
That, like, guys, the 2 guys from suspension, or maybe it's 1 guy from suspension, and I am really hoping Hairston gets back at some point and is able to perform and play right away, because I wasn't very high on the Trey White comeback in the first place as being like a long-term solution for them, and now that he's injured, that's not helping that cause, and I'm a little more skeptical of what they did on the defensive line. I love their linebackers, but I think they're going to need Hairston. If they to have like a real, strong corner duo that you're not worried about, I'm not there on Trey White all the way yet. So to me, like, I'll be very curious to see what they do with Hairston, if it's going to be the IR designated to return. It's kind of how it sounded, right, that he was still a ways away. But he's the one I'd be thinking about the most, is if they got a corner getting torched in week 1, all I'm going to be thinking about is, man, I hope Hairston's able to do it. Get in at some point and then be their starting corner in the playoffs. Like that to me should be the goal for them at that position, is whatever you do at the beginning of the year, you get through it, but get to a place where if you're playing Cincinnati, Baltimore, Kansas City in a playoff game in January, that Hairston is ready to go and he's starting a cornerback.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Hey, we've got something coming up. Want to let you know all about it. There's an event for Khalil Shakir and, pet adoption. Join Khalil Shakir in Northtown Toyota for the Shakir Family Pet Adoption Event Saturday, August 30th from 11 to 3 at Northtown Toyota, 1135 Millersport Highway in Amherst. Meet lovable pets ready for adoption from local rescues. Grab bites from food trucks, shop local vendors, enjoy giveaways, raffles, and live entertainment for all for a great cause. Benefiting Nickel City Canine Rescue, Awesome Paws Rescue, and Buddy's Second Chance. So that's 1135 Millersport Highway in Amherst, Saturday, 11 to 3. Maybe you go and you adopt a dog.
Yeah.
It happened to me once. I was not planning on adopting a dog, and I went to one. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll adopt this dog. And then 14 years later, it's going to be a spontaneous big commitment. But we'll go ahead and make one. Get a rescue. It's Saturday, 11 to 3. Sal's in. Sal, you want to pop in real quick and just give us a thought on the Dane Jackson, like what it could mean? Yeah, all right. When we get back, Sal's going to pop in for just 2 minutes on his read, all the different things it could mean. Jamarcus Ingram's in there as well. 803-0550 if you want to pop in on WGR. All right, I'm calling it Tyrell Shavers Day, but I'm putting an asterisk on that as pending, Of all the players, won't he make the roster? I don't know if there's another player that fans might be a little bit more invested in or having more of an opinion on. We'll see how it shakes out. And if he does or doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks anything. But, people are invested, and they watch the preseason. And I feel like a story for a guy that's been here for a couple of preseasons, doing everything they ask. Whatever. He might be the guy that people are most invested in is all.
I don't disagree. I think Tyrell Shavers is number 1 on that list. As far as people and fans thinking, he deserves a spot, he should make it. They're invested in him, as you said, from that aspect. I think, and I have him. I did post a projected 53-man roster, which I was just looking over a little while ago this morning, which I did this a couple days ago. The Bills had some releases. Then we had the Jordan Phillips stuff happen. I still haven't moved off of where I am on the 53-man roster, though. I think it would be the exact same as I posted the other day. And I have Tyrell Shavers making it. I think that he's done enough. They've put him on enough special teams for me to see they're showing, or at least seeing if he can play there. The question is, do they feel he did it well enough? And we don't know that.
I think there are, again, reasons to do it, and it's not a terrible idea on your practice squad. But the bigger point I want to make is just The reaction was from people I talked to, like I said, at a golf tournament and on Twitter, swift sort of, what are they doing at defensive tackle? What are they doing on the line? How could they still be battling with adding someone from the outside, given the number of pieces that they already added in one offseason?
I think, too, that the fact that it is Phillips actually implies, like, oh, they think this guy might have to play. And that might be the biggest difference between him and whoever they would bring onto the practice squad that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah.
And that I think, is where criticism could come, especially at that position, because I think outside of their desperation to go get that franchise quarterback in their first year or two as, a regime here, since then, the position group they've been the most obsessed with getting to an elite level is that defensive line. And it's
never has been.
Constantly the group that falls short in that final game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that could be a lightning rod position if they don't perform this year. I mean, because this is their guys, right? Like they've got their first round pick in Rousseau, who is signed, and they've got Oliver, who was a top 10 pick, and they've got all these other draft picks behind them. I know they're rookies. Dwayne Carter is a third round pick. That's the draft compensation they trade down in the Xavier Worthy trade to get.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is their biggest free agent signing of the summer. Epinesa was their first draft pick of a draft. Like, there's so much put into it that if you're getting to a place where some point during the season, this isn't going well, Jordan Phillips, again, put him in there.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen. I remember when Beasley came back and there was a little bit of that. Like, how could you be at a place where Cole Beasley and John Brown have to come back and save the day off the couch when they're basically out of retirement because they're not NFL players anymore? And that I think is not where you want to end up on the defensive line.
Sal Kapacio is coming up 10 o'clock for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Just want to get a very quick thought from you, Sal. I've seen a couple things on Twitter for people that aren't maybe there. Instant reaction to Dane Jackson likely to be released. Looks like Jeremy Fowler is reporting Dane Jackson cut, so he could be back on the practice squad. Take us through a couple scenarios on what that could mean for the secondary.
So you guys know I've been saying for a while I thought it was all or nothing with Dane. For me, it really hinged on maybe what they felt about Tre'Davious White, which is I think that, and I've said this for about a week, and I'm still there, which is if everybody's healthy, I don't think Dane Jackson makes the squad. So I think this is an encouraging sign for Tre'Davious White, because if Tre'Davious White is going to miss significant time, I think you need a guy like Dane Jackson on the roster to be able to play. And you could put Trey on, IR to return or whatever. So it's an encouraging sign. But it doesn't have to mean that he's ready to play week one either. It could also mean that maybe if they feel Trey might miss a little bit of time, you could still put him on IR to return or keep him on the active roster which could happen, and then have Dane join the practice squad and elevate him. Remember, you don't have to be on the active roster to play. You can be elevated, 3 times a year. You get two people every week. So it could mean that. The other part of it is that, Dane Jackson has his choice. If he wants to, if they want to bring him back in the practice squad, he can sign back. He doesn't have to with the Bills. And then you have, to me, a veteran cornerback on the roster. I always felt he was the prototypical veteran cornerback break classification emergency practice squad guy that you can elevate. I get it. Like, people have already said, no way, I'd never want him playing. This is what practice squad guys are, though.
Yeah.
You could do a lot worse than Dane Jackson on a practice squad guy who you can put on your team to play. I get it. Like, he's not an all-pro, but all-pros aren't just walking out there ready to sign a free agent contract with you.
Yeah. All right.
Who's competing with him to play week 1, you think, right now, if
Jamarcus
Trey
Ingram,
White can't? Ingram?
I like Jamarcus Ingram. I think he always kind of flashes a little bit at camp.
I agree.
He's a physical corner.
But I think the thing about Jamarcus, to me, is why I think they like to have Jamarcus available for his versatility. He can play inside, he can play outside, dime safety. Instead of pigeonholing him into a role as the outside guy, you say he's available for everything, and then we can have somebody else play there. This also is encouraging for Dorian Strong. Dorian Strong, a rookie, 6th-round pick. To me, this means he's probably on the team. It doesn't have to be. Instead of waiving him and risk losing him to waivers as a 6th-round pick. So I always felt it was all or nothing with Dane. I think it is related to Trey, but it doesn't have to mean that Trey is available right away week 1. We don't know. Like I said, they could still decide, you know what? We'll keep Trey on the roster, and Dane can sign to the practice squad, and we'll elevate him. But we'll see how all that goes. I do think it's encouraging. I still expect Max Harrison to be on IR to return later today. But, hey, if they feel he's coming along well, you don't have to do that because that gets him back on the field a little sooner.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal's back in 10 o'clock. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show to continue tracking some releases. The Jags are releasing veteran safety Daniel Thomas. That's not that interesting. I saw that, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if the NFL worked like your fantasy league and they clicked the wrong button and the wrong Thomas got released? Brian Thomas Jr. is available?
They immediately contact the commissioner.
All hands on
I didn't
deck.
mean to do that.
I misclicked. Sorry.
Yeah.
You misclicked. If you're a league, listen.
I saw a video that was going viral of a guy they were still doing the sticker.
He took Luke
fantasy.
McCaffrey 2nd overall.
Oh, that's not the one I saw.
Okay.
I saw taking Brian Robinson 1st overall when they meant to take Bijan Robinson 1st overall.
As long as the next pick hasn't happened and your league is not full of complete jerks, it's fine, man. It's fine. We'll make the change for you. 803-550. Brian Robinson 1st overall. That's tough. All right. Get a break in. Open phone lines for you next segment. Whatever you want. Maybe we'll check on what's going on in the chat. I'm looking for a reason to get the quad box going with these two. And we'll find something to talk about. And we'll track these cuts. Jeremy and Joe, Sneaky Joe, he's on Jordan Poyer and Eli Anku and Zach Moss. I'm on Gabe, Saran Neal, and Kyle Allen. Josh is already down a man. Josh is to Kingsley, Jonathan, Tyrell Dodson. And Owen's got Harrison Phillips, Jake Kumaro, and who's your last?
I had Dean Marlowe.
Dean Marlowe. The former Bills that will return in our draft. We had a good time with it. Hang out with us here on WGR. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. But I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign in the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there's not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
All right, I'm calling it Tyrell Shavers Day, but I'm putting an asterisk on that as pending, Of all the players, won't he make the roster? I don't know if there's another player that fans might be a little bit more invested in or having more of an opinion on. We'll see how it shakes out. And if he does or doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks anything. But, people are invested, and they watch the preseason. And I feel like a story for a guy that's been here for a couple of preseasons, doing everything they ask. Whatever. He might be the guy that people are most invested in is all.
I don't disagree. I think Tyrell Shavers is number one on that list. As far as people and fans thinking, he deserves a spot, he should make it. They're invested in him, as you said, from that aspect. I think, and I have him. I did post a projected 53-man roster, which I was just looking over a little while ago this morning, which I did this a couple days ago. The Bills had some releases. Then we had the Jordan Phillips stuff happen. I still haven't moved off of where I am on the 53-man roster, though. I think it would be the exact same as I posted the other day. And I have Tyrell Shavers making it. I think that he's done enough. They've put him on enough special teams for me to see they're showing, or at least seeing, if he can play there. The question is, do they feel he did it well enough? And we don't know that.
It's cut down day in the NFL, and so far we have a couple of reported cuts from the Bills. The most recent is Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reporting that Dane Jackson is being released by the Bills. The veteran corner is one of their cuts today. 4 o'clock, they have to be in by. Mike White, Shane Buechele, a couple of the others at quarterback. One of those guys expected to come back to the practice squad. At least Jordan Phillips is re-signing with the Bills. Some roster gymnastics. He'll eventually, by the end of the week, end up on the Bills practice squad. Terry McLaurin signs a 3-year, $96 million extension with the Washington Commanders. Trey Hendrickson goes back to Cincinnati for just one more year at least, and he gets a $14 million raise over what he was previously owed. Rasul Douglas has finally found his home. 1 year, $3 million with the Miami Dolphins. Amari Cooper gets his home 1 year, $3 million up to $6 million with the Las Vegas Raiders. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We want to win the Super Bowl. We are going to win the Super Bowl when we are putting our best foot forward every single year. And sometimes we might just need heavier gloves. Who knows? Who knows? I think Super Bowl or bust, whatever you want to say, the Bills need to cross that threshold. We need to cross that threshold, and we will. And the world wants to see it, and I want Mr. Nicky, Mr. Chief Guys to see it as well. And one day it will happen, whether it's this year, next year, whoever knows, bro. We are fighting for it every year that we're on that field.
What a win for Nick Wright. Deion Dawkins, Mr. Nicky. You know, Super Bowl or bust. That's not Dawkins saying we're not Super Bowl or bust. But
no, he's kind of even saying... No, he's saying
if we keep going, we'll get there.
Yeah.
This is a unbelievably perfectly timed thing. Who does that sound like?
Bean.
Okay.
After the year, keep knocking on the door.
Not a Bill. In the sports world, who does that sound like?
Oh, gotcha.
If I keep doing what I'm doing, I'll get there.
McDavid.
I'm going to give you the answer. You're going to say yes.
Uh-huh.
You want
Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah.
Tommy Fleetwood, which, by the way, he wins the Tour Championship.
Yeah.
You want the funny kind of half snarky comment about that first, or should we get into the moral value?
What's the half snarky? No, give me the half snarky.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Let's play the game. Here's the half snarky point about it. Who won the Tour Championship?
Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy Fleetwood. I wasn't paying attention. He must have won a lot of tournaments this year.
He did not.
Oh. Well, he must have previously been an all-time excellent champion that wins tournaments all the time.
No, never won.
He's never won a tournament, and he's your tour champion in the tour. And the tournament that he won isn't even an actual tournament. It's an aggregate tournament based on...
No, it used to be. It used to be an aggregate tournament. Right. But it's dumb in that he won the FedEx Cup in addition to the Tour Championship, despite the fact that Scheffler had more points in the FedEx Cup.
Right.
It's the stupidest thing of all time.
The point is...
But he won the Tour Championship, which is that's what everyone cares about anyway. He won a tournament that everyone started at zero at.
Yes.
Nobody cares about the points FedEx Cup that he actually didn't even have the most points.
But the point on that is...
Yeah.
We've got two major golf events, and I could tie the Bills into either one of them. The first one is Rory winning the Masters.
Right.
Would be, oh my God, they finally did the thing everybody knew they should do.
Yeah.
They are so good, they should win this thing. And that was Rory winning the Masters. I know there's other majors, and you're not measured just by the Masters, but the pressure on Rory was basically, you're supposed to win this. You're an all-time great.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to win this. And then he did. And people thought, Bills. At least I did. Then you've got Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy Fleetwood was, you've had the lead on Sunday how many times?
This was the fourth, I think.
You've never got over the line. Mm-hmm. You choke it away all the time. And every time he would lose, Tommy Fleetwood's message was, hey, I could be upset about it or I could be happy. I'm putting myself in this position. If I continue to do this, I will win.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounds like Dawkins right there. We're going to win. I will win.
Yeah.
If we keep doing this, we will win. So I don't know if you like the person that, punishes themselves because they want it so badly that they're driven, they want to die.
Yeah.
Or the guy that says, no, trust the process. I'm here all the time. I'm going to get it done.
Do you consider the Bills, though, to have, maybe some do, that nervous tick that those two clearly even spoke to? I've got it. I have to fight through it. And it almost makes it more impressive. You have to be so good to overcome that. Rory almost choked it away at the Masters. And he talked about it after. It clearly was there. Mm-hmm. Him feeling the pressure, that nervous tick. He puts it in the water on 15, and then he misses that short putt to win it on 18 before he gets another shot at it. Fleetwood on 18, he hit a 3-shot lead. But what does he do on his approach? He duck hooks the shot to the left, and he's lucky there's no water over there. It's just rough. So he's able to go up and down from there. But he knows, I'm 180 out here, 190 out. I'm 3 shots from winning the tournament. He has worst shot of the day.
Yep.
To the left, but he didn't get penalized by it. Do the Bills, those guys talk about going through that? They had it. Do the Bills have that? Do the Bills have that nervous tick where they're missing that putt on 18? They did it the one time in 13 seconds, but will we qualify everything else they've done as
it depends.
This is you missing a 5-foot putt over and over and over again?
Yes, it's everyone except Allen, though. Right?
Which makes it even more infuriating. Right?
Little bit. Allen had a bad game. He had one really bad game.
That everybody else had a
Cincinnati,
bad game.
where everybody kind of blames the defense instead. But, yeah, I think about Fleetwood and I think about McIlroy and the parallels between both of them to the Bills. Anybody crossing the threshold, winning the thing, is going to be like the Bills. And Allen. Right. Allen and the Bills are, of course, together, but they're also separate. Allen's the best in the sport with Lamar. These two have to win it. And then the Bills are kind of bigger than that, where it's this franchise has never won it. Can the best player that needs to win lead the franchise that has never won to it? For Lamar, the Ravens have won the Super Bowl multiple times. So it's just Lamar has his. That's not also Baltimore has theirs. Mm-hmm. They've got one, too.
Right.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. We'll check in, maybe with the chat, and we'll get some calls in, too. Charlie in Lancaster. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit about replacing Trey White here. I didn't know who you guys think is best fit to step up. I know we're releasing Jackson. My only thought, and then I'll hang up and listen, is that Joe Anderson, he's a little small for linebacker, shifting him there. He's quick on his feet. He's good at deflecting passes when he can. But, just want to hear your thoughts.
On Hendrickson? Oh, he hung up.
He's a backup linebacker.
Yeah.
So he's not very small. Sure, but he's also the exact same height and weight as Terrell Bernard. So, is that a problem? I'm not saying Bernard isn't undersized also, but is it a problem for Bernard also? That would be my question. I don't have a problem with him being the backup middle linebacker.
I think both linebackers might have their. The backup, Hendrickson, of course, you're not trusting him in coverage. If you are putting him in coverage, you're in trouble. And Bernard, he makes splash plays.
Yep. They actually, Hendrickson's listed as being bigger than him by 10 pounds. I don't think it's that big a deal. He did not look good in that Chicago preseason game at all. It was tough for him, but hasn't every other preseason game or training camp blurb or everything else about him always been positive? So,
yep.
And what do you really expect from he's replacing Balen Spector. So, if he was starting at middle linebacker, maybe there'd be a bigger conversation here, but he's, to me, just depth at this point, so I'm not really that worried about it. They have had linebacker injuries, though.
Yeah. Lots of them, in big moments, too. Jimmy Charlo looks like he will not be making the roster. Could be back on the practice squad.
Okay.
Speaking of linebacker.
He was highlighted in Hard Knocks, which, by the way, we get another edition of tonight.
Yes.
I don't think we're getting cutdowns on today's episode, because then what would next week be? Right? They had 2 preseason games of material to work through on tonight's episode. If they were to there's 2 more episodes, so if they were to put cuts on today, I have no idea what they would do next week. So, I think you'll probably get a lot less of that than you're thinking because today's going to be all about that in the rest of the world.
I do wonder if we're going to get a trade.
Yeah, I mean,
there are a lot of trades. There've been a run of trades in the NFL, late round picks for guys.
So, but that would be more likely what? Trading for someone, trading someone away, right?
Either. Could be both.
If they're trading for someone, it's a corner at this point.
Probably.
It's probably not a safety, right? Like they're going with Bishop. Like they're going to see that out. They're going to take a look at that before they do anything else. Would be my guess. So yeah, okay, maybe a corner. They bring in. I don't know what other position they would be looking at for that.
Do you think that the Bills? I mean, listen. I know it's preseason game number 3. Bishop made a couple of plays. Do you think the Bills feel any better about what's happening there based on preseason game number 3? Because I don't think that there's really anything there to suggest that they should.
No, just that they might feel better just that he got in and out of the game healthy.
Yeah. The job is, and I gotta find this. Somebody sent me, there's an analyst for the Ringer who was talking about Bishop on a show. I'm gonna find this. And it was basically, hold on. What am I doing right now? It's kind of like streaming at home. What's this show on? What app did someone send me this information on?
It could be anything.
Okay. Not Twitter. Is it Facebook Marketplace?
Snapchat.
Is it right? Where on earth could it be?
Instagram.
Somebody sent me something about. I'm not going to find it. Whatever. What was it? It was on Bishop and how he just doesn't. You can tell. There's the athleticism, but he doesn't really know what he's looking at, and he's just kind of lost. And you saw it at times last year. It's not every play. Listen, the job of safety isn't, wow, he's lost on every play. It's, are you lost on 4 plays?
Yeah.
And then it's tough. You know, we talk about this sometimes. The difference in life between a player in the secondary and a player on the defensive line. In the defensive secondary, you make one bad play, it's the game.
Yeah.
You get remembered. As a defensive lineman, you make one good play, you had a good day.
Right.
You had a sack. To the fans. Not necessarily to the coaches, but to fans. Joey Bosa had a sack today. Nice day.
Yeah.
You know? Trey White got beat for a 37-yard pass. Bum. You only have to have one good play on the defensive line for a lot of us to say, hey, I thought he had a pretty good day. So, I don't know. I'll eventually find this thing that someone sent me on Cole Bishop. I'm pretty sure it was the Ringer NFL show. Someone talking about how you can just see when there are game plans, when he's got to think of what they're doing when they see this from Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman on this side. They're switching coverages. And that's where the problems come. And I don't think anything from a preseason game against Tampa's backups is going to change what the Bills are concerned about, at least not yet. They're going to need to see. But
you would expect they're going to see it out.
Yes.
Right? Like, he's starting week 1.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if he's starting the playoff games.
If he's not starting week 1, could it?
Oh, it's over.
Wait a minute.
Right? When's he getting in?
Hamlin and Rapp beat the Ravens last year, right?
They did, yes. Oh, wait a minute. Did one of them miss that game?
Was Hamlin out? Rapp played.
Rapp got hurt in the regular season game, I think is maybe what I'm misconstruing this
I think
with.
they both played.
Yeah, I think that might be right. There were injuries at the end of the year, but I think yes. Yeah, it was both of them.
By the way, Jeremy, Flap in chat says he sent you that Bishop thing on the 30 Club.
Beautiful. All right, now I'll find it. This is your reminder. You can sign up for my text club.
There you go.
Go to joinsubtext.com/the30club, and you can text me things, and I can text you things. So it's like 1-to-1 texting. It's actually really great, and I send you my thoughts on stuff. That's the 30 Club. And yes, now I'm going to go find that because it was exactly that. It was. I'll find it.
Okay,
Talk amongst yourselves.
Real quick, in that game, I guess it happened in both games against the Ravens last year. Rapp played 19 snaps on defense and then got injured. So in that playoff game, Cole Bishop played 66% of the snaps on defense. So, I mean, he did play a lot of that game, and they found a way to win. However, what was the problem in that game? They got torched in the pass game, which was a lot of last year. But, Rapp makes the interception that I guess was that the first drive or the second drive on Baltimore, maybe he gets hurt on that play because it's only 19 snaps for him, and then the rest of it is Cole Bishop.
Well, listen, who would the Bills trust? Who would they trust against Baltimore? Deion Walker or Jordan Phillips? Like Cole Bishop or DeMar Hamlin. There's see it out, of course, to see a player be ready to reach their ceiling. And then there's, all right, who will know what to do today?
But man, if he doesn't play week 1, you're never getting that in, right?
I don't know when you're getting the reps in. You got
the off season as like the guy, and I know he missed a lot of time due to injury, but you were the plan, and you lost it again. I can't. I don't know how he comes back from that, other than an injury, and then it's just I guess we'll just take a look at this. It's kind of what happened with Elam, isn't it? Kyrie Elam ended up starting some games for the Bills and playing, but it was never really by their choice. It was always by injury, and I don't know, it maybe feels like we're heading down a similar path if they were to come out week 1 against Baltimore and not have Bishop on the field.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So here's what it was, the Bishop thing. I finally got it. This is from an analyst whose name is Cody Alexander. Thank you. Finally, I got to it.
Cody Alexander.
This payoff will not be worth it. I'm sorry I made you wait this long. But he said, this is like the transcript from the NFL Ringer show. And this is something that I told you Brett Coleman pointed out when talking about the Bills. Brett Coleman of the Bootleg podcast. He does a YouTube show. He's amazing. They do great work, showing you tape and telling you about your team. Like the guys that cover One Do, so many good resources out there. Anyway, one thing Brett Coleman said was you could see how the Bills felt about their safeties, plural, by how much cover 3 they played last year. And Cody Alexander says the same thing. They played a bit more cover 3 because that's what Bishop came from. You can see that. There's been times he's lost in those deep coverage. He doesn't know where to get his eyes, how to transition. You can see that. They don't really like, outside of Christian Benford, they're not comfortable with a lot of those guys. That's where Max Hairston comes in. So, he can play a lot of their zone coverage. They got a long zone corner that fits the mold of what they wanted. The idea is you can see in the coverages they call, they don't trust their safeties. That's the second guy I've heard say that. We'll try to get Cody Alexander on the show to talk about this. That sometimes we just think, maybe this is in collision low crossers or a million different NFL people have said this. Mm-hmm. There's what you want to do, and there's what you can do. The defense you're playing might not be the defense you want to play. It's the defense you feel like you can play.
Yeah.
And with their safeties last year, they played a defense they felt like they could play. There's probably looks if they get the perfect safety mix that they want. Their best ideas at safety, they can play a lot of different coverages. But it's about what can we play. And if Baltimore is the kind of opponent, they think, well, what can we get away with against Baltimore? Like, could Hamlin start? I don't think it's nuts. It would feel like a big loss. You would explain it away in the preseason of Bishop missing time, not getting time on task, and you'd say, like, we just don't feel good about it right now.
All this really makes me wonder if they ever had any thought at all about picking Malachi Starks.
I think
in the first round.
I think they would have had thought about it.
Who will be on the other side of the field in week 1? Really,
Starks and Hamilton.
You look at Mike Clay from ESPN had like a breakdown of he ranked every team's position group, and the Ravens were ahead of the Bills on most of them, but there was no greater difference than that position.
Safety.
Yeah, the Bills were like bottom 3 for him, and the Ravens were top 3. Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks. Like, we'll see what Starks is, but if he's good, it is tough to do better than that. And we talked about Starks on draft day as an idea for the Bills. And, I mean, imagine if he was on this team right now, wouldn't it be easy? He'd be the safety.
You would hope.
Next to Rapp, at least.
Jay Skursky reports the Bills are releasing Steven Gosnell, hope to resign him to the practice squad, according to a league source.
All right. That actually just makes me think, because Sal presented the possibility maybe Dane Jackson returns to the practice squad. Don't you always hear on a day like today about every player that they think is coming back to the practice squad, the follow-up of they hope to bring him back to the practice squad? And that was not included in the Dane Jackson report. by Jeremy Fowler. So, doesn't need to mean anything, but it does feel like in most instances, if they want him on the practice squad, you're going to see it in the first report. And that did not happen with the Dane Jackson tweet. So we'll see.
All right. 8030550. Sabres alumni golf tournament yesterday. Had a chance to play with Michael Pekka.
Nice.
He's coaching with the Blackhawks now.
Right. He's not with the Rangers anymore?
No.
Okay. He's in Chicago.
Yep.
That was nice. Hockey's less than a month away.
You know one thing I think about...
the preseason is less than a month away. The regular season is starting less than a month.
Preseason's a month away.
Less than a month.
Yeah.
Training camp's like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It gets rolling quick.
Yeah. The one thing I thought about with the Sabres and you're at that tournament, there's a lot of alumni. What do you think? What do you think? And the toughest question to answer on the Sabres is what team are they going to pass to get in? That is the hardest question to answer if they're going to make the playoffs.
But if wait. If they're going to do it?
If they're going to make the playoffs, like what team are they going to beat out to make it?
Oh, I see.
Like someone has to come out for you to go in. And that's Ottawa and Montreal last year.
Yeah.
But the reality is, like, the Islanders should probably be a lot better, right?
Maybe. They did get rid of one of their 2 best defensemen. And
they drafted one number 1 overall.
He's 18, though. So, good. But, no, I don't know how much better they are, Schneider than Dobson in year 1. If I'm looking in the division, I don't really mind how the division looks.
Because Ottawa and Montreal are far from bankable assets.
Yeah, I think Ottawa's good. I don't think Ottawa's coming back to the pack. I think Ottawa's good. They have a top. I think I saw last 3 years in the NHL, Linus Ullmark is number 2 in the league in goals saved above expected. You got some of the Bills?
I got 2 Bills. Daquan Hardy waived, and the Bills are releasing Laviska Shenault.
Okay. Maybe Brandon Codrington's your returner.
Looks like yes, Codrington may have won the return job. Will be the depth in the cornerback room.
Yeah.
All right. Give us the Shavers news.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not here to tell you it's going to matter that much. I'm here to tell you that I'll be filling this wide receiver big board next April. No matter what.
Yep.
I'll put a Lombardi trophy on it and it'll still be up there. I don't care. I'm not stopping.
You got to put whichever receiver is holding up the Lombardi trophy after they've won. Well, they're not going to win Super Bowl MVP.
No, that's hard to do.
No chance that a receiver for this team would win Super Bowl MVP over Allen. 0.
No, probably not.
He could catch 6 touchdowns, and it would still go to Josh.
So, anyway, there's some Sabres thoughts.
In a month,
not big thoughts, but just a thought.
In a month, if you want, I could tell you why I think the Leafs are going to be in trouble this year. Unless you want it now. It's very simple. They were bottom 5 in every 5-on-5 stat last year.
Yeah.
And then they lost Marner. Good luck.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
They were number 2 in save percentage. They got to do that again. Good luck.
You're picking you're picking the Sabres to finish ahead of the Leafs is what I just heard.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that.
I like this.
Toronto's coming down.
This bold prediction.
Toronto's coming down. I'm not predicting the Sabres are going up. But that's the vulnerable team in my opinion because I don't think it's Florida or Tampa.
8030550. Looking for the latest on Bills cuts. They're starting to trickle out. So we will get those for you as they come. Everybody rolling through still. Laviska Shenault is the most recent one. You got the news and you got the quote tweets and the news on that.
No big surprise cut around the league yet, though.
Not yet.
Which usually you'll get a couple of every single year. Right? There'll be maybe it's Kyle Duggar today, although that wouldn't be stunning because he's been talked about, but you'll see a guy get cut and then Bills fans will all collectively argue on Twitter about whether they should sign him or not.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a safety. Or a corner.
8030550. All right, latest Bills news. We'll keep you updated last 30 minutes of our show. Sal's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. The Bills plan to waive offensive lineman Richard Garage.
All right. Great name, but he's gone.
Yep, that's from Jay Skursky. So Jay Skursky's had a bunch of these ones right away. Sal's got a bunch, of course. Ian Rappaport have seen. Jimmy Charlo cut. We know that one as well.
Okay. We're getting there.
8030550. Have we seen one that's not, we hope to keep him on the practice squad yet? Did they tell everybody that?
Dane Jackson.
All right, okay.
They didn't say it about Dane Jackson. Why did they say it about Richard Garage?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Like that's what I'm saying. Dane Jackson that wasn't included. So
could that be because he has a better chance
of getting somewhere else?
Yes,
I think so.
Okay. 803-0550. When we get back, I've been asking a question about golf, and I'm going to answer it. And 17 people in the chat will tweet Z's to pretend to fall asleep whenever we talk about anything golf. So I look forward to that for those of you in the YouTube chat. No, it's a very small thing. And we'll keep tracking these cuts. Jeremy and Sneaky Joe here on WGR. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at the 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign on the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there is not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
All right, we're back to check in on the chat, and I have a tweet to bring up. We're keeping you updated on the Bills' roster cuts, final roster cuts. Well, today's final roster cuts to get down to 53. As of today, that's 53 players by 4 o'clock. They'll get down to 53, and then maybe they'll cut some more and add some more and cut some more and add some more. And, it's the first 53. It's also kind of the final 53. It's also the kind of the first 53. Anyway, we'll keep you updated on that. In the chat, we've got something, and I got a text I'm going to bring to the table as part of this segment. So, I got a tweet that we're counting as part of the segment. It asked a question. Patrick writes in, is Jeremy a glove on while putting guy? Because we had a picture of Michael Pekka, me, and Bulldog at the Sabres alumni tournament, and I'm on the green with a glove on. And the answer to that question is yes.
Yeah.
I am. Putt with the glove on guy.
Yeah.
There's no reason for this other than...
You just don't want to take it on and off?
Yes. Why am I taking a glove off on and off 18 times? You know how hard it is to stuff my giant sausage finger hand inside a glove and then pull it off and put it on every hole? No,
Sounds
thanks.
like you need a bigger glove.
XL.
Oh,
what am I going to do? Get a custom-made glove?
Well, you could probably, right?
Who needs that? Just wear the glove. What are my sensors are so in tuned that my top hand on my glove, I missed that putt by an inch because I'm wearing a glove. I understand that it in some circles is seen as frowned upon. And as someone that loves to frown upon people playing golf, I get it. I just feel like you're not going to talk me out of it. It's just so much effort.
You're a member guest winner now, Jeremy. You have to.
That is correct.
You deserve a custom glove if you need it.
And if I took the glove off, you could see the ring.
The putt you made, the putt you made, you were wearing a glove. Like your final putt, you would have made.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I wear a glove every single putt I take in my life.
Wow.
Unless I really think about it for like the 18th, I'll take it off.
Oh, there you go. That's what I mean.
Whoa.
Like, why would you do that then?
Because we didn't know if it was the final hole. And I didn't make that putt.
See,
I did win the tournament, though.
I'm the polar opposite of you. Every shot within 115 yards, the glove is off.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got so much feel in those hands.
Yeah, I want the feel. I want to be a little more hands. 115 and in.
Wow.
52 wedge and in.
Here's Joe. Here's Joe. Ready? What do we got for our number? What did you say, 150 in?
115. Yeah.
Hold on. I got a 118. Glove on, baby.
Glove on.
Keep it on.
Come on.
Well,
I go like 25 yards.
We get to 118, we get to a different club.
Okay.
So that's why.
115. I got 115, Joe. Says it's playing 120. Now what? Glove on?
Basically, what I should have said is anything I'm taking a full swing with. Anything I'm taking a full swing with, gloves on.
Yeah.
Anything a little less than a full swing, and I'm not.
Fair.
In the chat, there's some response to this. Patrick, who wrote it and said, like, when does it dry off? Dry off? You guys in your sweaty hands?
Oh, dude.
Okay, maybe this is the nature of it. All of you are taking your
easily.
glove off because you sweat in your hand a lot?
Yeah, ventilation. You get to
my glove has holes in it.
Well, yeah, but your palm doesn't.
I
shouldn't anyway.
I wear a golf glove for 2 holes, and the glove is a different color because there's sweat on it. That's it. I have 4 golf gloves on my bag for that reason.
Yeah, I feel like you guys all have like, your glove gets gross. You might have a hand issue. Maybe.
I don't know. I might have a hand sweat.
I'm not
issue,
sweating in
I
my
really
glove.
I really do drench those gloves. It's a problem. I rip through gloves fast because they get wet and then they rip. It's bad.
So, all right, well, you do you. I don't see a benefit from taking off 18
I take it off
times.
After a tee shot, as I'm walking up to the shot. Like it is off as much as it can be off.
All right.
For me. I don't know how everybody else operates.
You've always done this?
Yeah,
you never took it off?
Never take it off. Nope.
I would feel so uncomfortable wearing a glove while I'm putting.
I know. It fits in with your speed, pace of play, hole.
I just got to pull the pointer, pull. Oh, it's not just pull it off.
Yeah.
Maybe those of you with,
Maybe you need like a Velcro one that like the Velcro goes all the way up the side, all the way up the back.
Hey.
All the way to the middle finger.
All the way to the middle, yeah.
Just
It
rips it off in half.
like opens in half.
It's like those track pants that NBA players just rip off.
Right, exactly.
That's
a
what you need.
rip-off glove.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Brandon writes in, I'm team no glove while putting, and that's the only way. The putter will not slip out of your hand. I promise you, I've never thought it's going to slip out of my hand.
If there's any rain, same thing. Because you'll see wide receivers take their gloves off when it's raining.
Yeah.
So in golf, like if it's raining a little bit, you're not taking it off.
I have a pair of rain gloves.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have rain gloves? Oh, you
Do
need
they just
two of them.
have more
Two of them,
grip
right?
or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need
Wow.
rain gloves.
And there's 2.
Yep.
I've got a pair too.
Why don't you just wear 2 gloves all the time?
I don't need a glove on the
Aaron Ray style.
Aaron Ray.
Yeah, Aaron Ray style.
I mean,
Why don't we just put iron covers on our irons while we're at it? I mean,
Become 2 glove
Listen,
guy.
if you want to tell me that iron covers and wearing a glove while putting are the same,
No. I'm saying double glove and iron
fair enough.
covers. That's too far.
Yeah.
Go 2 gloves.
What's your status on? I don't have one of these. Having a ball retriever in your bag.
Oh,
When you're
I
12,
will never in my life
when
have
you're
a ball
12,
retriever.
that's allowed, and then
Never.
once you become an adult, you cannot have one.
I think once you get into like 70, you can have it again.
You can have it back.
So
No,
you can get
not even
It
then.
is-
Oh, you
come
mean just
on.
like to pick it up from like the
from the hole.
It is kind of
that's
funny though.
nice.
Like,
That's
you,
different,
You
yeah.
could walk by. Oh, I don't mean out of the hole. I mean out of the water.
Anybody, but like I see guys that are older gentlemen that they can't really get down and up that easy. They use it just to get the ball right out of the hole.
You will never in your life catch me with a ball
Me
retriever in
neither.
my bag.
I could not ever deal
as
with
long as I live.
David in the chat writes in that Jeremy is like OJ trying to get his glove back on. That is kind of what it is. I get it on there, strap. I'm like, I'm locked in for a couple hours here.
Here come the memes.
I'll take it off to grab a drink so it doesn't get wet. But yeah, like
it. Stretches out over time too. You become more comfortable throughout the round.
All right. What else is going on in the chat? Non-golf. We've
They
got
asked me about Man United, and I don't even want to talk about that.
Oh, you guys want to talk soccer? You guys want to talk soccer? We got a couple minutes here.
Man.
I'm not ready yet.
Woo,
I'm not ready.
what a day.
I'm not ready to talk
The
about
Reds
I'm not ready to talk about yesterday.
living on the wire.
Yeah, ask your dad. Oh, and ask Bulldog. We're driving back from the Sabres alumni golf tournament when I learned of what happened in the Liverpool game, and I was shouting like the Bills lost a playoff game. I was hot. They did what? They were allowed 12 minutes of stoppage time.
100th minute,
while
baby.
Up a man. Nonsense.
16-year-old comes
Absolute
in, wins it.
nonsense.
Imagine like the Bills are out of receivers. Right. I know, imagine, right? And the process is, all right, we're going to call up a kid from Orchard Park High School, a sophomore nonetheless. He's gonna be a depth guy today. And he comes in the fourth quarter and catches a game-winning touchdown.
Not the fourth quarter,
Josh
like
Allen.
the sixth quarter.
Right.
All right, the overtime. There you go.
As many overtimes as they need while also up a man.
And Josh Allen throws a game-winning touchdown to a 16-year-old high school sophomore.
Yeah.
Basically what happened
against
yesterday.
a team that's not allowed to field a cornerback on that side.
Right.
No,
maybe
they
in
shouldn't.
the sixth quarter of a game.
Maybe you shouldn't try to break the leg of one of Liverpool's best players and you don't get tossed.
We're not mad about it.
Then meanwhile, Man U has played their brand new shiny striker for like 5 minutes. They won't start him. They don't put him in until the 75th minute. They can't score. Good. I'm really
You're
glad
living
that
the life
Mendola
already.
got me on United and not Tottenham, who's 2-0 and beat City last.
You can blame Nick forever, though.
I
Yeah,
can't.
it's true.
That's true.
It's like when you ask somebody like their opinion on a fantasy pick and then it messes up. You don't have to blame yourself. All year, you can say, you told me to draft him.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why you got to be careful with fantasy advice sometimes. You're on the hook.
What else is up?
We got the hat bracket. The chat has figured it out. I was all morning cluing people in on different
How'd they figure
letters.
it out?
I was putting in letters that spell out hat bracket, but I was mixing them up. And AC in the chat got it. He solved the puzzle. So now I can reveal to everybody. Owen and I have been compiling hats of WGR from all of the hosts and personalities and beat reporters and producers and everybody. And we're going to have a hat bracket starting tomorrow. So at 7:30 tomorrow, the first poll is going to go up. It's going to be one hat versus another hat. Owen and I are going to do the seeding this afternoon. And we're just going to go through a hat bracket, like March Madness style.
All right.
And then it'll decide the best WGR hat. It's going to go morning show will have its own conference, afternoon show will have its own conference, and then they'll meet in the middle in the final.
I asked for clarification on how we're doing this. I have some beautiful, beautiful hats that I don't ever wear. The Bills series they had, the Browns are releasing Deontay Johnson, by the way.
Who?
Oh,
Deontay Johnson.
The Browns are.
Yeah.
Interesting. Also, potential, probably not potential reunion, but former Bill that was just released around the league, Boogie Basham, is now available. Nobody drafted him in our
he was on my
reunion
list.
Bills draft.
It was on my list.
Back to the hat bracket. I asked a lot of questions. Okay, it's a hat you have to wear. If it's a hat that you wear that has to be entered, it cannot be penalized for being dirty. Right?
Yeah. No, that's all fair.
I need you to wear it. Oh, it's got a mark on it. Well, that's because I wear it. I've got beautiful hats that I do. Then I also felt like you should not be allowed to enter. Look at me. I'm Gene Steratore out here with all these rules I'm trying to employ.
Yeah.
You should not be allowed to enter 2 Bills hats. Pick your best Bills hat. Pick your best something else hat. Pick your best. But pick one per franchise.
It was funny you said that because I hadn't thought of that, and then I looked, and everyone had submitted separate things. Like there was a Bills one and a Sabres one. There was a Sabres one and a golf one. Like everyone did like separate stuff. So like that was all safe, but I didn't even thought of that. So it's just kind of funny how people decided that amongst themselves.
I thought about submitting a Sabres hat, and then I thought, it's probably not.
I'm surprised you didn't do the Liverpool hat. It's a good hat.
I did think this is my favorite hat that I have, and I thought there's no way that everyone's voting for a Liverpool hat to win this thing.
Chance.
There was no way it was winning.
Imagine that.
It's a really good hat.
I was not going to submit this.
Please give my first round matchup against my Bills hat. Let's see what happens. Please.
Have fun.
This hat just spells 3 points up here, actually.
Nonsense.
Also, the dirty hat problem, did I ever tell you about the solution that I have to that? I have like a cage that you put the hat in, and then goes on the top rack of your dishwasher.
I just put my hats in the laundry.
Wait, the dishwasher?
Yeah, looks brand new at the end of it.
I've heard of the dishwasher routine.
I was expecting you to say the washing machine, like it just holds the hat together. Dishwasher.
Am I a psycho? I just put a hat straight in my laundry.
That is psycho.
It depends on the consistency of the hat. If it's a dad hat, you can do it. Like the soft, floppy dad hats.
Yeah.
I've done that 7 times with every hat that I own, and not a single hat has been affected in any way.
Yeah.
The Bills are releasing Mike Edwards, depth offensive lineman, according to Joe Biscaglia. He was on the practice squad last year.
Okay. On Deontay Johnson, JT in the chat asks, is he better than anyone on our roster? Answer, at separating almost everybody.
Yes.
But he's a head case, and you can't do it. Deontay Johnson.
And Cleveland's not necessarily flush with wide receivers.
No,
so if they cut him, then I think something's up.
Yeah, when Deontay Johnson can play, he's a better separator than anybody on the team. But that doesn't really matter. He also has some drops issues. And again, the head case, refusing to go into a game.
Yeah, this is it for him,
There's just no way. You're right. I think it might be it for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not that old. He's 29. I guess he's getting to that age anyway.
Yeah. He was great. I mean, kind of great.
He had a year.
He was very, very good. I mean,
he was a fantasy monster for a little while there. You know what he needed? A better quarterback.
Yeah, I was just going to say
he needed better quarterbacks in his time. He's a drought Bills receiver. We're like, I thought this guy should have been better.
Yeah, he's Lee Evans. Different type of player, but maybe same.
He's more like Stevie Johnson. I mean,
that's
right. Not that bad a comp. Like guys that just got open all the time.
Yep.
That was Deontay Johnson. We'll get a break in. We'll keep tracking the Bills cuts.
And we're down to 76 now.
Okay.
76, if you're tracking it.
More cuts coming around the league. And we'll see what it brings. Sal Kapacio's on the way with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. A minute ago, Sal ran across my field of vision, and I thought, ooh, but then he didn't stop at our door. I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe he's going to let somebody in the building. Maybe he forgot something in his car. Mm-hmm. But I saw Sal running, and I thought, what? Hit me with it. It was nothing.
That doesn't mean something Bills could have happened. He's sprinting into duty.
I guess so. He's got his phone with him.
Right.
You know.
These days, I don't think you just have your phone there.
Extendo Sports, you had some trivia. You want to save it for tomorrow or you want to do it next?
We can save it for tomorrow.
All right. We're going to save it for tomorrow. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
He got a raise, he got more money, and he got assurances he'll be a free agent. Right? So you want to go after Trey Hendrickson next offseason? Is Bean already thinking about it? This year it was Bosa.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Bosa plays, and if it works, I mean, they could bring Bosa back. But if it doesn't go well for Bosa, aren't they chasing defensive end again? And aren't they thinking, well, this is the Vaughn deal part 2, except he's younger. He'd be younger than Vaughn at the time. He's a premier pass rusher, and he's available. And they do not become available. When Bean was asked by, it wasn't Pat McAfee, who asked him last week if you could add any one player in the NFL, he said,
it was the
Busting with the Boys.
Busting with the Boys, yeah.
He's like, a guy who plays down LeBron's town, maybe got $40 million.
Yeah.
He's talking about Myles Garrett. He would have liked to have had Garrett, who didn't become available. Next offseason, Trey Hendrickson's going to be available.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to re-sign with Cincinnati.
No chance.
No chance.
And he'll be 31.
Yeah.
So it's not like he'll be 34 or 35 like what Vaughn was even.
Yeah. So, I hope we're ready for that conversation because we talked this whole offseason about Garrett and Crosby and Hendrickson. And next offseason, Hendrickson will be out there to get a $140 million contract probably.
Well, because they're either going to re-sign Bosa or they're going to go get another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not going to go... What would have to happen? Landon Jackson gets 12 sacks this year to not do that? Like, it's not realistic. Like, they're going to go after a guy. I mean, obviously, the dream scenario, I think, is that Parsons is available in a year, right?
Right.
That he's still in it with Dallas and hasn't signed, and they're talking about franchise tagging or trading, and then you call Jerry Jones and be like, we will give you whatever you want. Blank check. This is the player I've been searching for 8 years. What do you want? Anything but Josh. Take it.
Yeah. Is it wrong to look at their cap space for next year?
The Bills?
Yeah, they don't have a lot. They got to work. They got work to do.
With 12 days before the season?
Right, before next year's cap. Anyway. Tell us exactly how this works, why this works at Phillips, why the report was he'll sign at the 53, but he ultimately won't be on the 53.
So this is all about timing and how the NFL works with its calendars, okay? And I think that's where a lot of this confusion probably came from immediately. Now, I can't speak for anybody who reported that he was going to sign on the 53-man roster. That was a report, but that is not actually what's happening. So, but I do understand why it would get confused if he's going to sign in the active roster, which is true. So let me explain how that works. Right now, until 4 p.m. today, there is no practice squad. There is not a practice squad in the offseason. There is no practice squad. All there is on every NFL team is a 90-man roster. Okay, 91 with international, but 90-man roster on every NFL team. Once 4 p.m. hits today, there is only a 53-man roster on every NFL team, plus teams can begin signing up to 17 with an international player, practice squad players. Now, there's some nuance there because you have to wait for guys to clear waivers. So really, you get a full day, right? But after 4 p.m. today, it's 53 on the active roster. And then by tomorrow in the afternoon, it's another 17 on the practice squad. Okay, so for Jordan Phillips, if they want to sign him to the active roster, that's 90 guys as of today. Once today happens, he's coming in, he's going to sign. They will then release him, and they will sign him back to the practice squad because there is not a spot for him on the 53-man roster. The reason why he's signing now, and he did sign, by the way, the reason why he signed now is because it gets him a jump start, an extra day with space on the roster. Get in the facility, start working out, get in your team meetings, get with your coaches, get with your teammates. He already knows guys, right? But that's why he's already signed to the 90-man roster, because they have space. But once 4 o'clock comes around today, there is no more space. So they'll release him, and then they'll bring him back in the organization as a member of the practice squad.
All right, wrapping things up here.
Have you seen the dust storms in Phoenix? There's a giant dust storm. There's actually a picture from the Cardinals practice facility today, and it looks like Mars. Like there's a dust storm from Mars like rolling in on them. The NFL Uniform Scout did say it's perfect time though for Rivalries uniforms.
Yeah, rivalries in 2 days. That's very exciting.
Arizona also is in that.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, will anybody tweet out just like live look at Arizona and it's a Mad Max Fury Road theme or scene?
We got to get a leak at some point from somebody, right? Some department store is going to get an early shipment.
You would think
that they're not supposed to get, and
yes.
we're going to see it on Twitter in like the next 2 days.
Something with the Wing Fest coming up. We got Wing Fest
this weekend. Yeah.
Yes. And where's the thing about Wingfest? I don't see the Wingfest thing I'm supposed to read. It's coming. It's this weekend. And, Josh, whatever you got, you can let us know all about Wingfest.
If you're calling number 5 right now to 221-4WGR 4947, you can win a pair of tickets to the National Buffalo Wingfest happening this Saturday, August 30th, and Sunday, August 31st, plus 2 Wingfest t-shirts, courtesy of Buffalo Wingfest. For event hours and tickets, visit buffalowing.com.
Now I see it. BuffaloWing.com for tickets. Be caller 5, 2214-WGR. Tomorrow, Sal on the roster. Joe Marino tomorrow on the roster. And
then it's on to week 1.
1 day away from the rivalry uni, but tomorrow we will be. 2 days from rivalry uniforms. Get excited. I am excited. All right. Thanks for everybody listening, calling, texting, chatting, tweeting, all that good stuff. We're back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.